camera off so you're not actually showing exactly there. And yeah. All right. Hello and welcome everyone to our conference, Cryptocurrency and Blockchain, the future lies ahead. My name is Jacob Woodhouse. I'm a second-year commerce student at Queen's University and one of the managing partners at the Blockchain Lab. This conference is brought to you by a three-way partnership between Blockchain at McGill, Desautels Technologies, or DTech, and the Blockchain Lab. We're all student-run clubs that found a passion for this blockchain and cryptocurrencies, and we want to share some of it with you guys today. We will be providing 3 speakers, 2 panels, and some networking events. All right, don't let me ramble too much and take away time because frankly, I am much less interesting than our speakers. So I will shut up after I let you guys know some very basic conference rules, and then we'll get into our keynote. So just the first rule is everyone is more than welcome to have their cameras on or off, once again, whatever you're more comfortable with. And obviously having your cameras on is a little bit more preferred, just so speakers and myself can engage. The second rule is if you have any questions, feel free to personally message me in the chat, send a public message in the chat, or raise your hand on Zoom. And we'll be answering all the questions in the final 10 minutes of each speaker and the designated Q&A period. So even as the presenter goes, and if you have any questions like as it flows, feel free to PM me and I'll ask it at the end. And then the third and final rule is everyone is permanently muted. That is by design. If you do have any questions, feel free to raise your hand and I'll have the ability to unmute you and then you can ask. So that is everything on my end. I want to get that out of the way, but feel free to private message any of the co-hosts, including myself, if you have any questions about what I just said. But without further ado, I would like to introduce our first speaker, Zak Blacher. Zak is the Director of Security at skip.org. Previously, he was a staff engineer on the Security Architect team at Coinbase, on the Trust Engineering team at LinkedIn, and on Payment Security at Amazon.com. His background is in applied cryptography, differential privacy, and networking security. Zak, feel free to take it away.
Wonderful. Thank you for that intro.
Of course.
In this very moment, it failed to share my screen. 1 second. There we go. Everyone see that okay?
Yep, we're good. Thanks, Zak.
All right, wonderful. Thank you. It's nice to be here this morning and to discuss this sort of thing with this wonderful crowd. I'm going to go ahead and skip my first slide as that was introduction to me. But yes, Skiff is a Web 3.0 privacy collaboration focused company, and we are interested in space and operating the space too. But a lot of the work and a lot of the discussion we're having here has to do mostly with a blockchain. And one of the discussions I want to have and what I want to cover this morning is an introduction to blockchain technology and to talk to Bitcoin as an example of that. So I would just, this is a conversation about the technology behind blockchain, specifically focused on some Bitcoin work, as well as some discussions around Ethereum and ETH 2.0. It's an overview of the essential functions and operations that make a blockchain operate and how it actually works beneath the surface, and an introduction to some of the basic game theory that makes the distributed nature of this product work as well as it does. What this is not is investment advice. We will be discussing some coins today for their technical reasons and for some examples to talk towards. It is not going to be a complete and rigorous discussion around everything involving Bitcoin. That paper was released 14 years ago and it's 8 pages long. It's a fantastic paper to read if you haven't read it already, but you'll probably be able to read through that paper in the time it'll take me to do this presentation. So if you want the full details of Bitcoin itself, go read that one instead. And this is not going to focus on Web 3.0 or smart contracts or NFTs. While the ecosystem is fascinating and there's a lot of interesting work here, this talk is meant to just focus on the basics to give you a foothold and a way of understanding what these technologies are as a way to sort of explore them. A lot of these technologies are introduced as we're like Bitcoin, but we do this, or we're like Ethereum, but we do that. And to give you the context by which to understand what they say when they mean we're like Bitcoin, that's the goal of this conversation. So this is not meant to be math heavy. It's not meant to be math focused, but there are a couple classes of functions that we want to be able to discuss so that we can have some meaningful understanding of what's going on with blockchain tech. So the first one I want to discuss here is a hashing function. Hashing functions, expressed as h of x leads to y, are one-way mechanical functions. These are functions that perform bit rotation or masking or shifting and some sort of churn on this value of x to generate the value y. The space that y is in is uniformly distributed. These hashing functions are well known. There's no secrets in them. And given x, you can calculate y. That's the point of this function. But the fun parts of hashing functions is that you cannot really predict what y is going to be from the value x without calculating it. And you can't really derive the value of x if all you have is y and h. Another interesting property of these cryptographically secure hashing functions is that a small modification to x does not result in a small modification to y. So this is an example here. SHA-256 is a fairly common hashing function. If I were to calculate the output of SHA-256 on GM, I would get this value here. But if I make a small change to this value, if I give a more emphatic good morning to this crowd, the resulting value is completely different. That one small change, that one introduction of an additional character has resulted in a completely different and almost unpredictably different value as a part of this output. Public keys are another thing we want to introduce as part of this. We're not going to cover public key encryption and decryption. We're going to focus specifically on signing and verification. Structurally, they're similar to what we had with hashing functions, where we've got some function f that takes a private key and outputs a public key. Important to realize that the private keys are private, public keys are public. And there are some operations and some curves in this space with different currencies where small modifications to x can result in similar small modifications to y, but they're not calculable in the opposite direction. So to talk about the differences between these two, we've got these hashing functions where h is well known and considered to be impossible to reverse. It's a mechanical process where x is not private, but we need x for the verification and calculation of y. But with public key cryptography and public key functions, f is also well known. This is considered to be very hard to reverse, very hard being nearly impossible, but not as difficult as a hashing function. There's a mathematical relationship between x and y as opposed to a mechanical one. X is private and is not shared. And there is some additional properties in the space of signing and verification that we're going to cover in the next slide. So signing a message takes an arbitrary private key and a message. And what it outputs is the public key, a message, and a signature. For the purposes of this conversation and the rest of these slides, I've grouped those together as a triple. Verification is not quite a reversal of this process. What it allows you to do is it allows you to take a message, a public key associated with the signature of that message, and the signature that was computed, and validate whether or not that signature matches for that public key and that message. This is the basic building blocks of every blockchain out there. Any message can be signed as a part of this hashing transaction or as a part of this hashing function. But when you're dealing with transactions in a blockchain, you're dealing with fairly specific message format. Broadly speaking, transactions are a type of message used in the core of these operations. And I'm going to introduce a character, Alice, here, where if Alice is going to broadcast or construct a transaction to broadcast, she would have some information here, including identifying information about who she is, information about the transaction in process. I am sending an amount to Bob. Bob is another character. There's some additional metadata in the construction of these messages involving, some coins will have some structure to this. Some coins will have some additional information about additional transactions. Doesn't really matter. But finally, there is this third component that's interesting. I will pay a gas fee or a bounty of X amount of fee here. And once this message is finished, this block of data is then signed, and we end up with this triple of the public key, the message, and the signature. Now, Alice has crafted this transaction, and she needs to be able to do something with it. This is where the distributed gossip protocol comes in. So once this transaction is created, someone else needs to go through and verify it. So we have this idea of a transaction pool. This is part of the distributed gossip consensus protocol of the Bitcoin network. Once this transaction is out there, it's on the burden for miners or verifiers to go through and validate these transactions. All these transactions sit in a pool, which is just a set of transactions that have not been processed yet. And any miner can look at any of these, anyone can look at any of these transactions, but what a miner will do is they will select a number of transactions from this pool. They will validate the signatures using that verification function we talked about previously. They will then validate the balances that Alice can indeed transfer X amount to Bob and has the ability to pay that additional gas fee. And then what this miner does is they go through and they compute a mining block. So a mining block is very similar to what we had with the transaction previously, where there's this declaration about who is performing this mining operation, information about the hash of the previous block as part of that transaction. This is the chaining effect of these blocks. Some random value that is computed, we'll talk about that in a little bit, and a set of transactions they have selected as a part of this. Now, the selection criteria for transactions is different for different blockchains, but essentially what anyone can do is collect the fees from these transactions or look at the most interesting transactions from a fee and processing reward to figure out what the transactions they want to put into a block would be. There's some additional information that is pertaining to that particular blockchain. And then this entire message is also signed by this miner. But there's this interesting additional property that needs to happen as a part of the signing operation, which has to do with this random value. That one of the goals of a mining operation is to be able to also compute a value where that has all of this known information about their identity and about the previous block and the set of transactions in it. But this random value needs to be calculated in such that the output of this hashing function has a known prefix. This is part of the proof of work process. Now, proof of work is interesting. This is where a lot of criticism of blockchain comes in. This is the most power hungry and power intensive part of this operation, but it's also essential to what makes it function as a larger network. So when we talk about the cost of this, we look at the compute costs of some of the operations here. So we talked about this hashing and verification processes earlier, where we were familiar with the hashing function, but if we talk about what we looked at with the prefix from a couple blocks ago, we have this idea of having these zeros at the beginning of this operation, or whatever the prefix happens to be. And this is where the compute costs become a little bit more interesting. So while hashing operations are very cheap, they're typically done in hardware, there's dedicated processing space for a lot of this. Verification is a little bit more expensive because you have to perform essentially a hashing operation as a part of that, as well as some of the cryptographic operations, which may or may not be as optimized as the hashing functions. But this idea of having to calculate a hashing function with a prefix on it is considerably more costly. This is not to scale. And so the game theory of this is that a miner makes the following statements as part of their mining operations. They've created this block, they broadcast this block to others. What they're saying with this individual block is that it's very easy for you to check the hash. That's a very low compute cost. It's slightly more work to go through and validate the transactions that are part of this block. But I have gone through all of this trouble and spent all of this time to calculate the right random value such that the hash begins with this known value. And why would I, the miner, waste my time performing that calculation, that very expensive operation to find that random value, if I didn't perform these other operations previously? It's fairly elegant in that respect, that you have that asymmetry when it comes to the construction of that value and the verification of that value later on. So if we go back to this idea of a mining block here, the fact that this miner introduces information about who they are as part of this block and what the previous block is and what their transactions are means that no one else can take that value they've calculated and get that same prefix. In this example, similar to what we had earlier with the hash demonstration, the small changes to this block, just modifying that sender information and keeping that previously calculated value that was so expensive to find with the last set of operations, that value is useless to someone who's modifying this block, right? If they change the value of who the recipient is, the hashing value and the output of this is completely irrelevant. It no longer has that prefix. Similarly, if they were to modify the set of transactions or change information about what the block numbers were, this number would be different completely as well. Once this block is mined and once this block is broadcast, other participants in the network, other miners, continue to broadcast this transaction to others. There's also this interesting effect where this block approval process is the only place in which more Bitcoin is actually created. And you can trace all wallet operations back to these block mining operations. There's this consensus protocol for verification. Everyone's agreed to play by the same rules. And the mining reward, what one receives for being the discoverer of this value that leads to that hash prefix, is they receive the sum of all the fees for all the transactions in that block and the associated block reward. And this is where all new Bitcoin comes from. There's no hidden values or introduced as part of this. There's no hidden reserves that are unknown to the blockchain. Anyone who's participating in this network has the ability to see the value of all balances at all times. And then once this process is complete, once this mining block has been approved, the next block begins, and this process repeats itself, where the next blocks that are being calculated are built on top of whatever that value was previously, chaining them all together. That is more or less what I wanted to cover as a part of this slide.
That is great. Thank you very much, Zach.
Yeah, my pleasure. Any questions about any of that?
Yeah, for sure. I got a couple messages as we're going.
Okay.
Are you able to stop sharing your screen?
Yeah, absolutely.
Appreciate it. All right, love it. So, I did get a couple messages throughout it. And then in addition, anybody is more than welcome to raise their hand and hop on here for a live question, or you can also private message me as we're going through this. But the first question that I did get, I also saw in the chat, I'll address that right now. Somebody said, can we get the recorded session after? And yes, it'll be posted on the Blockchain Labs YouTube after, so you are able to rewatch Zach's lecture there. But somebody did ask me, they said, what, if any, are the drawbacks of blockchain technology?
Well, I mentioned previously it was fairly power hungry, that there are a lot of costs associated with it. It also has this effect of having a little bit less trust in it than you'd get with traditional financial networks. I've got a slide about this. It talks about the differences between Web 2.0 and Web 3.0 from a trust perspective, but it's comparable to what you see with credit card transactions today, where there isn't really a recourse in the blockchain space of disputing transactions. And this is something that a lot of consumers have an expectation of today. If someone steals my credit card and makes a bunch of fraudulent transactions on it, I can contact that credit card company, they can reverse that, they can speak to the vendors, and they can essentially absorb the losses of that. But if someone compromises my private key and submits transactions on my behalf, there's not really a way of differentiating the transactions I created versus the transactions that were created by someone who has that private key. There's no real recourse there. The ownership of that key is the ownership of those operations. And this is a bit of a blessing and a curse, right? Similar to how you don't get the protections from in Web 3.0, or sorry, let me phrase that. Similar to how you don't get the same payment protections with blockchain transactions as you get with credit card transactions, you don't get the same sort of restrictions on with blockchain transactions that you get with credit card processors. Credit card processors need to be able to handle and inspect and adhere to local regulations.
Understood. Yeah, no, that is great. Thanks, Zach.
No problem.
I got another question here. What are your thoughts on double spending?
Well, double spending is essentially an operation where someone submits two transactions with the same value within the same block operation. So if Alice submits two transactions into the mining pool at the same time, there may not be the case that those transactions can be both processed as part of that same operation. Double spending is more considered an attack than it is really something to have an opinion about. Different technologies can introduce different protections against double spend attacks, but you essentially have a malicious player in that respect. Right.
Okay, cool. Arthur, I see your hand up. I'll get to you after another question here. But somebody asked, they said, do we think all governments will hop onto the decentralization wave? Even though we know everything with crypto takes time to do, you think this will happen soon?
I think that's an interesting question. I think that's a little bit out of the scope of what I want to cover here. That's really just an introduction to blockchain technology. Asking about governments getting into this, governments typically benefit from this idea of centralized financial world. Decentralization for them is an interesting play. I think it's similar to what you see with NFTs in the gaming space, where there may be some hype around it, but I don't necessarily know that there's much benefit for them to go into that directly. Certainly easier than gold. But
Totally. No, that makes sense. Arthur, take it away.
Yeah, thanks, Jacob. So I hear a lot about the difference between proof of work versus proof of stake, and specifically Ethereum switching to proof of stake. What do you think are the major pros and cons of each protocol? And do you think that switching everything to proof of stake will actually make it more efficient, or is it going to compromise on some security aspects that proof of work has?
That's an excellent question. That's really what it is. There's this balancing act between proof of work and proof of stake. I do have a slide about this too. I'll share the deck later on. If we look at this from like a high level game world, proof of work is a lot like buying lottery tickets. That anyone who buys a lottery ticket has the same chance of winning as anyone else who participates in the same lottery. If you buy more lottery tickets, you've got more chances. But if you have 10 tickets, you've got 10 times as many opportunities to win as someone who has 1 ticket, more or less, assuming you're not doing weird things with partial wins. But with proof of stake, you're essentially dealing with a little bit more of a consolidation, right? Where proof of work is finding that one random number that makes the block work. Proof of stake is essentially a number of people in the space turning around and betting their own money that they're doing things correctly, that they're wagering a certain amount that they are correct in this. And it's a lot more like watching a spelling bee, that you have a number of people who've spent a lot of time, a lot of effort to get up there on stage, and they all take turns proving that they know the answer to the question. And when they lose, when someone makes a mistake, they are slashed, they are billed for that. They lose a little bit of money, they lose a little bit of prestige. It's possible that they would be removed from participating in that in the future. But it essentially increases the cost of getting into the network, decreases the cost of operation within the network because you don't have to have everyone participating all the time. But it does lead, to more centralization and consolidation. I think that there's an interesting balance there.
Completely. Yeah, pros and cons to both. Somebody asked, are you able to purchase insurances on the blockchain?
I mean, that's specific to different blockchain technologies, and insurances as to what?
Totally.
Yeah.
We got another question on proof of work, proof of stake, which you just answered. And then introduction to nonces, counteract. Oh, that's somebody reacting to it. What are your thoughts on DAOs?
That I don't want to step on anyone else talking today. I don't know what the other conversations are going to be. DAOs are interesting. DAOs are definitely operating in the public space and could be an interesting future for a lot of businesses out there. I think there's a lot more accountability you can get with a DAO that you don't get with traditional organizations today.
Of course. Joseph, you should have the ability to unmute now if you want to ask a question.
Yeah, are you able to hear me?
Yep, you're good.
Yeah, just wanted to ask you what's your thought on quantum proof cryptography? Just the fact that now, like most blockchains are built on the fact that public key, private key cryptography is secure enough, but it's not truly. This does not hold true when you see the progress in quantum computing. So, like, there's a ton of work being done regarding that, but the space needs quite a huge revamping, and now government are trying to rely on that. So what would be the implications?
I think there's a lot of interesting work that's going on in the space with quantum computing. There are some, I can't think of any names off the top of my head, but I have read a couple papers about some blockchain technologies that are moving to quantum resistant and quantum proof operations. I spoke in the slide deck, I kind of glossed over it a little bit when I talked about how some functions are difficult to reverse and some functions are impossible to reverse. Today, there is not any known quantum algorithm that can effectively undo or reverse a hashing function. There are functions, Shor's algorithm, for example, is a quantum algorithm that can reduce the effectiveness of what we're seeing with public key cryptography, but it's not a silver bullet that completely defeats it. It significantly reduces the workload required to brute force some of the operations in the blockchain space, but it is not a complete undoing of it. It effectively reduces the problem space to logarithmic of the key space of that problem space. I'm sorry, I said space a lot there. But even if every computer that existed today suddenly became a quantum computing machine of the same processing power, we're still looking on the order of quadrillions of years to brute force some of these keys. There may be future improvements and there may be better things there, but there's a balance today with what you can do with traditional asymmetric cryptography and what you can do with quantum resistant, quantum proof technology. The cost to perform these quantum operations is not worth the benefit to moving to them with the current attack space today.
Yeah, no, that's great. Thanks for your question, Joseph. We got another one here as well that says, is there any possibility, however small, that hash functions can be reversed methodically? And what would the implication be on blockchain technologies?
Well, that's an interesting question. A lot of hash functions, when there starts to be attacks against them, or when there starts to be demonstrations that they're not quite as effective as they once were, people will upgrade and move to different hash functions. SHA-1 is an example of this, that there has, in the last couple of years, there have been some interesting attacks on SHA-1 that have weakened it. And it's fairly straightforward to upgrade to a different hashing function. But even those attacks that weaken it don't necessarily completely undo it, similar to what we're talking about with quantum computing. Also, hashing functions are typically lossy functions in that there isn't enough information in the hashing output to be able to generate the same input previously. Your best way of approaching attacking a hashing function is to figure out what X would be instead of trying to reverse what the hashing function is. A simple example of a non-cryptographic hashing function would be taking the initials of a name, right? You know, I'm Zak Blacher. You take the initials of my name, you end up with a ZB, right? There's not enough information with a ZB to compute my full name. But if you did have a list of everyone who participated in this conference, you could figure out who would be ZB from that list.
Really? Okay, cool. No, that's a great analogy.
Thank you.
Arthur, take it away with another one.
Yeah, thanks, Jacob, and thanks, Zach, for the previous question. This one is more specifically on Bitcoin. So Bitcoin operates obviously on the proof of work thing where miners are incentivized to mine blocks because they get Bitcoin as a reward, right? But so right now we're at, I think, 19 million Bitcoin mined out of 21 million total. So what happens when all the Bitcoin's been mined? Like, what are the incentives for the miners when we hit that 21 million mark?
That's a great question. So I mentioned what a miner collects as part of this mining operation is the block reward and the gas fees, right? We are at 19 million of 21 million. Once we hit 21 million, what's happening is that 21 million is metered out as part of those block rewards. So miners will no longer be receiving a block reward. They will just be receiving those fees per transaction.
Totally. Thank you very much, Zach.
No problem.
But just that question, sorry.
I'm sorry, in the chat, there was some questions about the article I was talking about, and yes, it was a reference to the original Bitcoin white paper.
Perfect. Yes, I saw Francesco answer that. That is ideal. There is more questions as well, but I'm afraid we have hit our time of 11:35. So we will be in contact with you, Zach. We appreciate everything you just presented and what you answered. We'll send you a link after in an email with like the recording to this if you do want to look back on it or share it or use it on any other platforms. But we overall appreciate your time. That was great. And there was tons of even questions that were left over after that I had from personal messages. So you really did make an impact.
And happy to answer any additional questions as I go through. Thank you very much. It was wonderful to be talking here today.
Cheers, Zach. I appreciate it. All right. So thank you very much, Zach. And thank you everyone for all of your questions and all the people participating and talking in the chat. I believe our second speaker, Eleanor, she is here.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you very much.
Raspy voice today.
No
Thank
worries,
you.
no worries.
How's everybody doing?
Good. I think nobody has the ability to unmute except me, but I am doing incredible, Eleanor. How are you?
Great. Tuning in from Amsterdam and excited to share my knowledge and insights about wallets with you all today.
Love it. Well, I will give you your quick intro. We can get right into it because it seems time is of the essence.
Yeah.
Eleanor founded Crypto Canal in 2019, offering education, marketing, and business development services. She worked with industry leaders such as BTC.com and Bitcoin.com, Luno, OKX, Cyber Capital, Hub Security, and Bitvavo. And we don't stop there. Additionally, she teaches a monthly Crypto 101 event and offers an in-depth class for more advanced cryptocurrency investors. Thank you very much, Eleanor, and you're more than welcome to take it away with anything you like.
Yeah, can you see my screen?
You're all good.
Am I sharing? I will keep an eye on the chat as well. So I try to keep this as interactive as possible. I know that sometimes when I'm like on a roll, it's going to be a bit like weird, but please just drop your questions in the chat and I'll do my best. So thank you for the introduction. My name is indeed Eleonore Blanc. I'm based in Amsterdam and I founded Cryptocurrencies in 2019 now, and I do education events and consultancy for the cryptocurrency industry. I invite you all. I know that this is also a general day, but if you need to go back to the fundamentals, I have a guidebook that's downloadable on my website, and it's just a good thing to have. It's just part of your rabbit hole. It's part of your learning experience. So just another educational material for you. Just a little disclaimer. Obviously, this is a free educational class. I do not offer financial advice. Do your own research, be aware of scams, and don't invest what you cannot afford to lose. I believe you already had some insights about blockchain fundamentals, and I was just hearing the previous speakers talking about block reward, so I'm guessing you went deep into proof of work. But today we're really going to focus on wallets and what it means basically for you to be your own bank. A couple of fundamentals, just a reminder, this is an open, permissionless environment where no bank, no government, and no company can really tell you what to do or how to transact or basically how to exchange values. Decentralization means at core that we have a censorship resistance embedded in this beautiful code that can be located on any node / computer in the world, and that it cannot go down. There's also this immutability and transparency. That means that all your transactions are forever recorded on the blockchain for better or worse, and that people can analyze and look at a blockchain and analyze it. And that's a whole other field of study. Some of you may or may not already be dabbling with the Web3 environment. The key word here is ownership, especially in regards to our presentation today about wallets. What's happening with Web 3.0 is that you as a user you're not passive anymore, basically. We've been able to enjoy Web 2.0. It was fun, but now it's really up to you, up to your own user experience to be able to own your data and monetize as well, whatever you're putting out there, and also monetize your time and your attention to things. So wallets, I don't know how many of you already have cryptocurrencies, if you are using cold or hot storage, but let's just dive into it basically. All of this rests on actually an old concept. This is not due to Satoshi Nakamoto, but basically the whole system relies on asymmetric public-private key encryption. The idea is that your public keys are derived from your private keys, and it only goes in one way. That's the asymmetric part of it, is that your private keys cannot be derived from your public key. So your public key is something you can share, that you can feel comfortable sharing with anyone when you want to receive or interact with the Web 3.0 environment. Your private keys, that's a big no-no. That's where you have to have like a little red flag. Okay, that's not something I share. This is something I have to care for and be aware of more than anything. So the idea of why did I put a transparent box right there is that basically you can look at it. That's the transparency of the blockchain, right? That's the transparency of the public address. However, you're the only one who has those private keys that can open up the box. In addition, no one can know who you are. People will identify you through your public address, but your private keys will not be disclosed. So people should not, anybody else than you should not be able to open up that box and access your funds. So everything is sort of this is just the overview breakdown of what wallets are. So you have two different types of wallets. Hot and cold is just the simplest way of describing it. In a hot wallet, it means that your funds are highly accessible. They are nearby, basically. They're on something easy for you to interact with, whether it be your mobile or a browser extension. However, by being connected to the internet, it is a bit more vulnerable to hacks. In any case, you can have your public keys and your private keys, sorry. A couple of examples here would be the Edge wallet, Bitcoin.com wallet. We'll talk really very shortly about browser extensions afterwards. And the opposition to that, or the difference to that, would be cold wallets, which means that your funds are less accessible, that you're not connected to the internet, and are considered more secure. And here the example would be Ledger Trezor. So that would be the two different types of where you would store your cryptocurrencies. In both cases, you have your private keys. Two examples here of a browser extension would be MetaMask. Maybe some of you are already dabbling with it, which is a browser extension which only enables you to connect to the Ethereum ecosystem and ERC20 tokens. This would be your usual on-ramp, and you might have seen this little fox when dabbling with Web 3.0 applications. Basically, connect your wallet, and usually MetaMask is the default one. However, it is closed source and built by consensus, so it does have its own drawbacks. Recently, I've been looking into alternatives to MetaMask because I didn't like how big, I guess, they were, and I wanted to see how come there wasn't other things out there. And I've discovered recently someone was sharing XDeFi, which is another browser extension. What's different here is that it's cross-chain, and it offers basically more assets than just Ethereum and ERC20 tokens. So that's interesting about it. And they also have like a nice NFT display, kind of like in an Instagram way. So that's, yay them. And in both cases, these are two non-custodian browser extensions. So as a user, you have your private keys at all time. Now, what are private keys? Basically a bunch of English words. Sadly, the public encryption system only relies, I think, on 500 English words in total. These are made up words. These are not my actual private keys, obviously. The idea is that you would store your private keys in like off-chain, so offline, ideally on paper, or anything basically that is not connected to the internet. Because again, if you're storing your private keys on your drive or on anything that's hackable, basically, imagine the fact that anybody that has access or that can find these private keys will basically have access to all your cryptocurrencies. So it can be paper. I've seen some more bougie experiences where it's laser engraved on metal sheets, and it can get really funky as well. But just starting by just writing them down is a pretty good step. And then it can get obviously much more sophisticated, because when you are your own bank and when you do have your own keys, you have to basically decide for yourself what type of operational security you want to have. So basically, some of you are like, okay, this is not my thing. I'm not interested in this. I just want to have everything on my custodian exchange. This is just too much. Or you can sort of, welcome Web 3.0 and start thinking about questions that were basically never given to us as users. This was always very, I guess, Web 2.0 is very paternalistic in a way, and all these platforms just basically take care of all these things for you, but also never give you full ownership or responsibility over your data or your crypto. And in this case, we're talking about money, etc. So these are just a couple of questions that you should ask yourself when you're dealing with your own security. So how much assets do you have under management? What are you dabbling with? Are we talking about, and I know this is, I'm guessing, more of a Canadian audience. So Canadian dollars, how much do you have under management? What are you trying to do? How much of it is on exchanges? How much of it do you need to be liquid? How many times do you need to access your funds? Is this something that, are you just a buy and hold and you buy once and you never think about it for the next 10 years? Or are you more active and do you need to have access to your cryptocurrencies maybe once a week, once a day? So those are important things to discover for yourself. Should you use a cold storage solution? Maybe you don't. Maybe that's too much. Maybe that's not something for you. What is a multi-sig here? It's more like once you start dabbling in cryptocurrencies and you might open up a business or you might launch your own venture, considering what happens when you have to manage cryptocurrency funds in a team or as a business, and then the relevance of having a multi-signature scheme, basically where several people are needed to transact or for anything to go in and out of a wallet. Should you split your private keys? So the idea here is that, okay, these are 24 words. An extra layer of security here would be to split them. So you could store, I don't know, 12 words somewhere and in the other 12 words in another place. So just by doing that, you would increase your level of security. Maybe you would consider having a dedicated computer for trades, again, to diminish the risk of being hacked. Question which browser you're using. And obviously, if you're just on a centralized exchange, always enable 2FA. So a big motto, I think, that some of you may or might not be aware of is not your keys, not your crypto. In cryptocurrency, the number of people that are hacked and lose funds is extremely high. And it goes both ways. You can get hacked on a centralized exchange, and then you have that whole like Mt. Gox nightmare scenario. But then you also have people that lose their private keys. So you have, again, everybody, I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just trying to sort of open up your eyes to a new world where you really have ownership and you have to decide these things for yourself. If you have your own keys and you decide to be your own bank and you have full ownership of your digital assets, just remember that you have to be constantly vigilant, basically. So with freedom comes vigilance. The difference with custody versus self-custody is a custodian, wallet, or exchange will act like a bank, basically, and ask details from you and, require full KYC AML procedures and need to verify your identity, your age, your address. KYC procedures can get, they can get very nosy sometimes, and all the way, to taking a selfie with your identity, etc. So you, again, as a user of the Web 3.0 world and about cryptocurrencies in general, you have to decide which way you go, basically, and from the start. So I speeded up to the basics. I just want to see if there's like any questions until now. I think we're pretty good. And I would like to offer you all just a cryptocurrency wallet workshop. So this is not mandatory. And of course, all of you can decide if you want or not. But basically, I can talk for hours about how these things work. But in the end, the moment you receive cryptocurrencies in your hand and the moment you dabble with a wallet, I think that's the moment where it can click and you can see if this is something for you or not. So as mentioned, a mobile wallet is hot, meaning that it is connected to the internet, but that is what I'll be using for this workshop for those who want to participate. So a mobile hot wallet allows you to safely store and transact cryptocurrencies all from your phone. And I'm offering different options here. I would consider the Edge wallet or the Bitcoin.com wallet good tools for this workshop. But basically, with your wallet, you get your public address. So when you open up your wallet and you go to your Bitcoin Cash wallet, which is the asset I'll be airdropping tonight, this is something you should be comfortable sharing. You have to do this many times, right? So if it's just a first for you, it's fine. It's just this is just baby step number one. Is just trying to receive cryptocurrencies, and just your public address, which is in the form of a QR code or a string of numbers and letters, which I know it's super ugly, but these wallets made it as easy as possible for it to be shared. And like an IBAN or an email address, this public address can be shared, can be put out into the world. Can be here tonight, but it also can be like between your friends or your family, etc. And for this workshop, 5 steps, okay? And it ties into what I shared earlier. Download a non-custodian wallet, and I would recommend Edge or Bitcoin.com. There are others out there, but these are just pretty convenient. And yeah, I use them pretty regularly as well, so makes sense. Find your Bitcoin Cash wallet, which is usually the one with the green logo. Click on receive, copy and paste, and share your public address in the chat. And it would look like something like what I just shared here. Something you have to pay attention to is that it starts with a Q in the beginning. And after the class, offline, to safely back up your private keys. So the Bitcoin.com wallet looks like this. It has a pretty easy interface, I would say, and there's no crazy sign up required. But basically, this is your homepage. You click on Bitcoin Cash. Oh, look at that. Zach is so fast. And I'll do it live so then we can all have fun and see how this happens. So click on your Bitcoin Cash wallet and get to your Bitcoin Cash wallet here. And scan, or just in that top right corner, you can export your public key. So this is what it looks like. And then after the class, to safely back up your private keys, right? This is something that I can't control, and I'm not going to be there to check that you do this. But in both cases, whatever wallet you're downloading tonight, if it's the Edge wallet, same thing, Bitcoin Cash, request, share this public address. Just for the exercise of it, even if it's for a small amount, and tonight I'm just airdropping, I think, €1 worth of BCH, to do this, because you might start with $1 worth of crypto tonight, but in the future, you might be, dabbling with much more. So just if you start with a small amount and you start by having the right operational security measures from the get-go, hopefully in the future, when you're dabbling with more, well, you'll know what to do. And maybe this is all still super abstract. Maybe most of you are just trading on exchanges right now and don't think about these things, but you just might. And it's again, it's up to every person to decide what it means to them and how they should interact with cryptocurrencies. So how to buy. I think I've showed you how, well, I'm going to show you how to receive. I've shown you how to store, how to receive, and how to buy. And there's two ways of buying. One with no KYC AML, so one which is more anonymous. It's peer-to-peer. You're using local exchanges. You're going to meetups and straight up walking up to people and asking if they're selling cryptocurrencies. You can also use decentralized exchanges. In that case, it's more like a crypto to crypto, right? So you're not linking your bank account. You're not connecting to the fiat world. But in those two cases, there's no KYC AML. If you go the KYC AML route, and you're probably doing this on centralized exchanges, and therefore you're connecting your fiat to crypto, or you're going through a cryptocurrency investment fund, and that's a whole other route. Basically, I looked for Edge, and then for each country, we have our different on-ramps. And for Canada, I saw that, I guess, Interact e-transfer is something that's very Canadian specific. We don't have that in the Netherlands. But this would be one way of buying cryptocurrencies from the Edge wallet. I also offer a cryptocurrency deep dive where I go much more in depth into these concepts, into the fundamentals, consensus algorithms. I dive really with you into your own operational security, obviously the whole DeFi NFT world, token economics, and how to do basically fundamental analysis checklists and to hopefully become more of a value investor. This is available for businesses and teams as well as individuals. And again, no financial advice. So yeah, I'm going to go back to the cryptocurrency workshop part of this. I see that I received some addresses. But yeah, thank you for joining tonight's class. I hope you all know what to do now with your crypto, and yeah, that you feel empowered. I know this is a bit scary, but that don't worry, like it's also fun. Like this is all in the making. And it's never too late. And this is why I'm here, is to sort of, this can be your baby experiment with wallets. And there's no, you're not risking much today with me. And this is a safe environment to just do stuff like that. So yeah, thank you for your public addresses. And
That is great.
yeah.
Thank you very much, Eleanor.
You're welcome. So yeah, I see some questions already. No, I see a question from, so I'm basically, just so you know, I'm copy pasting your addresses so that I can have them in my phone. So a public address, let's just go back to that. I think if that's one of the first questions. So a public address is here. Public address is the box. Public addresses, there's a receiving place for you to receive some cryptocurrency. So your public address is like your email or your IBAN that's on your credit card, or like your credit card number, except you hold then the private keys, which open the box, right? So public address is something that you share with the world. And it's, how can I say? it's not really your country because it's not tied to where you live. And it can change, right? So a person can have 50 different addresses. Actually, depending on which wallet you downloaded tonight, Edge or Bitcoin.com, Edge is HD. So the moment you receive funds tonight, the public address changes. So, you know, it's those types of things that they can do. These wallets are a bit, I feel like the semantics of calling it a wallet, it's a bit weird because we're just used to having a cash fiat wallet or, you know, just Apple Pay or whatever. And it's, these wallets are more, right? These wallets, like, of course, hold value and allow you to exchange and receive, but they also allow you to buy. So they do a lot of things. They're like tools for you to become your own bank, depending on which one you're using. So your private keys are derived from your public address. So for each public address that you have, you'll have private keys. So again, this box, you could have 150 boxes, but you hold all the private keys to those boxes. But you could have as many transparent boxes, as many public addresses as you want. So unlike an email or an IBAN, which usually doesn't never change. I mean, I don't know, I have like 3-4 email addresses that I, you know, control or use for different use cases. And I might have different bank accounts for, again, different use cases. In crypto, that gets kind of exponential. It's not the same. So you can have many more public addresses and you can have funds in different transparent boxes. You can have some people, I think with Ethereum, for example, in the Ethereum ecosystem, because it's account-based and it's not a UTXO model like in BTC or BCH or those Bitcoin legacy blockchains, you can have vanity addresses. So this one is like, okay, I don't have one, by the way, but like Eleanor.eth, and then it would be like me displaying like my beautiful NFT catalog on there. And it's like, you know, you could check it out. And like, that would be sort of my, I don't know, my display of my assets. I'm not a fan of that. I'm not very much into the whole showing off stuff, but you can have different things, right? So you can have public addresses that are like, you show off to the world because again, it's transparent. So you could say, this is my address, I own it, I have the private keys. And by the way, everything that's on it, I have. That's one way. And then of course, you could have other addresses that are much more private. So, and that don't show all your swaps or everything that you're doing. So yeah, that's in short. I hope that, and I will continue. Yeah. And Jacob, please interrupt me. I will just like do at least show you on live, like let's do a transaction. I think that's fun.
Of course, feel free. I love it.
Yeah. So let me take the one that ends in CHA. Thank you for sending it to me. Indeed, it starts with a Q, so we're starting well. I'm opening my Edge wallet here, and I'll just show it on screen as well. It's loading. Hello. This is what it looks like. Here you can see my assets, and I'm going to click on Bitcoin Cash. Here we go, and I'm going to Bitcoin Cash, send. I'm entering the address here. Again, these public addresses aren't like, there's no post office or mailman or mailwoman checking that it arrives. So you always have to check, I would say the 4 last digits, numbers, letters of the public address. So here it ends with WFCHA. That's the first one I'm sending it to, and I'm submitting it to. Why am I doing this? Well, if one number or letter is incorrect, the crypto just won't arrive, right? There's no customer service in this world about amounts being sent to the wrong address. So this is something you have to sort of think about. Again, if this is like for mini amounts like tonight, it's okay, you know, risk is low. I would be showing a terrible example, but you know, that could happen. Actually, we could learn from it. But if you're transacting much larger amounts, just please double, triple check. And if you're unsure of the address or of the network or the congestion or the transaction fees or stuff like that, if you can, I would even like start with a smaller amount, or, you know, divide your amount. Like if you're sending really large amounts, I would not, you know, there's less risk. Again, it's maybe more work, but less risk. Okay, so I've inputted all the details here, which wallet, the address, the fee, the amount. My phone is in euros, so you'll get €1 worth of Bitcoin Cash. I'm just going to slide to confirm. There we go. Transaction is being sent from the SPV wallet, which is then linked to the BCH mempool in this case. Proof of work miner is picking it up, putting it into a block, verifying that this wallet has indeed the cryptocurrency. It's taking the fee, being processed, and whoever has that wallet right now should be receiving the crypto. So that's the journey. And of course, we could go and geek out and look at the block explorer. That would be a next level step. But yeah, that's kind of how it works. So again, this is how you receive. So I would encourage every one of you, if you're already like, I don't know, freelancing, or if you have some side gigs or whatever, I know most of you are students. Yeah, just try and see if you can start using cryptocurrencies, spend cryptocurrencies, be paid in crypto for, freelance gigs or stuff. That's definitely one way of getting familiar with cryptocurrency very fast. Okay.
Totally. That was great. Do you want to keep going on this, or do you want me? I have a couple questions that got sent to me if you want to answer those.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll continue. I'll try to multitask and send crypto and answer questions as they come.
Don't worry. Just
go ahead.
How easy it is. I love it.
Go ahead.
Joseph did ask the one question in the chat about where he said, it's like, what's the difference between a hot and cold wallet at the end of the day? Both keep your private keys offline, and to do transactions, won't you eventually need to connect your cold wallet to the internet to connect to a node of the network?
So the difference, one is more convenient than the other. I personally I have most of my assets on hot, just because of the convenience of it. It's just, it's my phone, so I don't have to have like a separate device to do anything. And then cold storage is really for stuff that you're like, okay, I'm never touching it, right? So it depends if you're on where you're at, what type of profile you are. Cold is just an extra layer of security. Keep in mind that they also fuck up sometimes. Like Ledger's whole, list of clients' personal information was leaked and sold on the dark web. So that was fun. By the way, transaction to A2AK8 went out. So yeah, I just think they're important to know that there's a difference, and that there are devices that are, let's say, extra, and that, are, for some people, they don't trust SPV wallets. Like some people just don't want their crypto on their phone, or they don't want to have that. They don't want to feel like they're carrying it around. And for some people, it's just really just pure storage. So one I would say is pure storage, and one is just there's utility in it, right? So mobile, like it's really, yeah. Sorry, I'm rambling. You'll figure it out. Did that answer? I'm not sure if that answered a question, but overall,
I believe it did. It answered. Okay. There was no clarification from me after. You're good. You're good. Here, I'll keep it going because I think we'll squeeze in one little last question, and I think we're out of time.
It's so fast, by the way. Like this is like the most speedy presentations I've ever done, but it was good exercise as well for me.
No worries. One person just asked, it's the last question I got here, that says like they don't know if it's too applicable to necessarily exactly what you were talking about, but they just wanted your thoughts on the Jack Dorsey versus VC debate around Web3 ownership.
Sorry, say that again.
So he was just asking about Jack Dorsey versus the VC debate around Web3 ownership. Not necessarily directly related, just their thoughts.
Yeah, I think, by the way, transaction to KYTV is going out. I think we look up a bit too much to these people and these godlike CEOs in our world today, and they move the market, and their politics affect this market as well, because everybody can have a say. I think that since the beginning of cryptocurrencies, with the beginning of ICOs, it changed what being a VC meant, right? An ICO basically means that anybody can join in before a product is launched, before anything. You're buying on an idea, and you're buying potential utility or security tokens. You don't know really what's happening. But that changed everything. The moment, it's not in the hands of, I don't agree with the idea that only certain people should own, or I really believe that we're just in a different age, right? And us, this generation or whatever we are, we can decide for ourselves to take part and follow a company from the beginning. And that, I think, revolutionized the way of thinking about equity investment or being able to be part of a startup, which was only for accredited investors and was a very niche environment. And I'm not a fan of Jack Dorsey, basically. I don't vibe with everything he does. I don't vibe with his BTC politics. I don't vibe with how he's trashing ETH constantly. It's just like, just stop. Like, but it's fine. You know, again, like these people have massive following and I'm only one person in a sea of people part of this. So I think the future really is up for debate and anybody can say whatever they want, but just build your own critical mindset. That's all I'll say. And the transaction went out. Next question.
Yeah, no, of course. Here we have Arthur with his hand up. He's able to ask it live.
Ooh, hi, Arthur.
Hi, Eleanor. Thank you for thank you for the presentation. It was really helpful. And one thing I found really interesting actually is the XDeFi wallet. Because one thing I've been thinking recently about like Web3 and Metaverse is that, you know, I tried to go into Decentraland a couple of days ago, and they asked me to use a wallet to sign up, right? But I have more than just my MetaMask. I have my Phantom wallet, I have my TerraStation wallet, and if I want to be in this world where it's supposed to be, you know, truly decentralized, I think there needs to be some backend infrastructure there to ensure like all my assets can be like in this virtual world, right? Or else like what really is the point? So like, do you see any like those infrastructures being developed on the back end to make sure like everything's kind of linked together? And like maybe is XDeFi an example of that? I've never heard of it, so that was super cool to know they're cross chain. Yeah, just get your thoughts.
Again, I think they launched not far. They're not super advanced or anything. So again, thread every wallet with caution. Don't throw all your assets in it and then be like, it got rug pulled. But indeed, very good question. I'm also always looking for alternatives. I don't like how MetaMask has become like this one super massive pillar through which everything goes through. They have their own bugs, like they're not like, you know, they're not perfect. We need more diversity. You have to think that behind every product that is developed for Web 3.0 or whatever for crypto, like there's politics, right? Different exchanges listing certain assets, when they do, which ticker do they give them, like blah, blah, blah. Like every product has a product development team and a founder that will eventually say what will or not go through. So yeah, I think XDeFi is interesting. At least have more variety. Obviously, consensus is biased. They wanted something just for ETH. And then I think wallets that are just multi-assets are just smarter. That's why I like Edge, is that it's multi-asset and it's not perfect because like they don't have Terra, for example, which I'm like, guys, but they're like, they just added Poly, so or Matic. So it's like every wallet has politics and they will decide whether or not to list a coin or not. So that's why the infrastructure is so fragmented, and there's very few exceptions of people or companies that try to be sort of coin agnostic and try to list as many as possible, you know, depending on how easy it is for them to add another blockchain basically to query for the wallet. But yeah, yes, there is efforts in the space, I think, for it to be compatible, especially, well, I guess the whole ETH ecosystem with the, you know, the ERC20 standard allowed that compatibility with innovation. But if you're launching a whole other blockchain with a whole other architecture, with a whole other thing, then wallets are going to be like, ugh, like this is too much for us to add, right? That's why usually when you have a wallet, it will have the basics, I would say like BTC, LTC, BCH, because they're like all kind of the same, like they have the same blockchain architecture. And then if the moment they start adding Ethereum capability, then it changes everything. But if you take Argent, which is more of a DeFi wallet, mobile wallet, I believe, actually, I should be careful what I'm saying. I'm not sure now. I'm not sure if they actually are only for DeFi, but I'm not sure, like, for example, the Argent wallet would hold BTC, LTC, BCH, for example, or Dash. So yeah. And of course, the problem with like very young projects and blockchain, they'll have their own wallet, and then you'll only have one wallet, which is terrible. Which is terrible, because what happens if that wallet messes up, then all your assets are there. So again, try to spread out the risk. I really don't like it when projects only have one wallet. That for me is sort of like, that's a red flag. At least wait until where you can store it at least in 2 different places. Yeah, I hope that answered your question.
Totally. That was great, Eleanor. I hate to cut you off because, as you said, that was a very short time frame.
Yeah,
I
but
think
you can connect with me, right? You guys all know where to find me and stuff. Like I'll keep like copy pasting people's public addresses, by the way. And just for everyone, I'm just sharing like the Crypto Canal Telegram community, which I manage. I'm just trying to check that I have everybody's last. I don't have. Okay. And I see that some people have sent me addresses starting with 0x. That's an Ethereum address, people. Remember that I'm sending out BCH, and any address that starts with 0 is an ETH address. So I won't be sending money to an ETH address because, yeah, Misa, I see it 0x and it ends in 9 AE. Do you see the beginning 0x? That's a visual cue for me to know that the funds will get lost if I send it to that. Same for Alex, same for David. And Emma, I see that you send one with a capital 3. That will probably be an exchange address. I'm guessing Binance. Oh my God, I can't believe I'm geeking out so much that I can recognize whatever. It's probably a Binance address, which hasn't adjusted the address format to BCH. So I will also not be sending to that. Because again, risk of losing funds, and funds basically going to a custodian platform is not the exercise. And yeah, I've copy pasted everyone. So you'll be receiving your funds, and thank you for listening to me, and welcome to the Crypto Canal community, and check me out, and good luck on your, on your rabbit hole, on your crypto rabbit hole. And I'm just, thank you for your time and for learning with me today.
Love it. Thank you, Eleanor. Thank you from all of us. We will be in contact with you immediately after with we are going to be posting this recording on like the Blockchain Labs YouTube channel, for example. So then you can have it if you want to look back on it or share on any socials or like clip it or anything. And yes, no, that was great. I love the interactive components of it.
Thank you. And thank you for trusting me today. And you'll see, just start small. Anybody who's here tonight, just a baby step, and just you're already there. I will just mute myself and keep lurking and see if there's more questions. And
no worries. I appreciate that. Are you able to stop sharing your screen, and then I'll introduce the next speakers?
Yes. Bye.
Thank you, Eleanor. So that was great. And we are going to be quickly moving along to our next event. We have, it looks like Colton here, and I believe Joseph is here as well. Hello. How's it going today, Colton? Here, one sec. Let me give you the ability to unmute.
Can you hear me?
You good?
Yeah. Thanks, Jacob. Doing well. How are you doing?
Good. Joseph, yourself?
Yeah. Hey, Jacob. Hey, Colton.
Hey, Jacob.
So I'll give you guys a quick little intro, and then I'll give you guys the floor to take it away on anything you guys have planned. So, cool. So I have here that Joseph studied mathematics and actuarial science at the University of Montreal, and is now a product manager at Figment, leading the core development team working on the Graph protocol. And Colton stumbled his way into Web3 in 2019 as a member of the hardware design team with blockchain at McGill, where he participated in developing one of the first Ethereum-compatible point-of-sales terminals. He is currently a sales engineer at Figment Networks. So if you guys are able to let us know what Figment Networks is, and take it away on the rest of your stuff.
Yeah, so I can go a little bit on what Figment is. Figment provides a lot of infrastructure for the leading proof-of-stake networks in Web3. And so that is staking and node access, and a lot of those things that developers and token holders need. And we also have a program called Figment Learn, which is trying to essentially onboard Web2 developers onto Web3. So a lot of tutorials for different networks that are easy to follow along. They don't take that long. And it's basically, we call it a 0 to 1 process on how you get started in Web3. And today, Joseph and I are going to be talking about the vision for Web3. So to start off, I will say that Web3 has sort of become a bit of an ambiguous term or overloaded. It means a lot of different things. I don't know if it's necessarily if you'd call it a technology anymore, but more of a movement. And so, Joseph, to get started, I'm going to ask you, what is Web3? What does it mean to you? And why exactly is it called Web3?
Yeah, I guess first, like we can take a step back and go through Web 1, Web 2, Web 3 quickly. And so originally Web 1 was mostly like a website where we go and you read an information that is on the website. So let's incorporate like an example with, let's say that there's a pizza website where you would go on this website, pizza shop website, and you could see all the pizza availables and then the price of each pizza. So that was, let's say, Web 1, you could read these informations. Then Web 2 was more interactive. You could have interactions with this website. So you would go on this pizza website, and then you can click and order, let's say, a pepperoni pizza. So it became about the interactions. And now someone realized that those interactions could be actually very important for everyone using these websites or the web. So let's say you as this pizza owner, you could actually look at how many pepperoni pizzas your users actually deliver to their places or whatever. So you can start preparing yourself. You can start preparing the number of pepperoni pizzas usually ordered during this time. And so it helped for people to start doing optimizations around their businesses, collected this kind of data and understand better how to prepare and do the optimizations. And then someone else figure out that all these interactions that happening, instead of just looking at these interactions on only one website, we can look at this user interactions on all across all websites, and then create a persona for these users where we know what they are interacting with across the entire web. And then we can start selling this data for businesses that need to understand how these people are behaving. And then the next step after this became with Web 2 is about manipulations. So all of your interactions talk about what you're doing, your activity on the web, and what if we could influence your interactions? So that will mean that we can influence your behavior on the web. And so it became about manipulating people. There's a lot of documentaries about how Facebook does it and Analytica and stuff like that. And so Web 3 is when we started to realize all these kind of problems that's happening with Web 2, all these ideas that they are controlling our data, they're manipulating us, there's no more privacy. We didn't give them our consensus about what they're doing with our interactions. And so Web 3 is this kind of like revolution where we start to realize about like what we don't want to have in Web 2. And so you can start looking at Web 3, everything that is meeting with Web 2, everything that we need from Web 2, which is like data ownerships, privacy, and of course, like decentralizing the ownerships and power, right? When you think about like Web 2 right now, like Facebook, Google, Amazon has, and another two companies has almost like 20% of the entire traffic. And this is kind of crazy, right? So you can see like there's a lot of power in the hands of few. And so we want to decentralize this power also in Web3. So like decentralization is like core component also of what we're doing with Web3.
Right, and so it seems like a more of a bottom-up approach to the web and how we're all interacting with it, sort of pushing out control towards the edges. I want to dive a little bit deeper into what you said there with decentralization being at the key of Web3. So who exactly is, why does decentralization really matter? And who exactly is benefiting from it in Web3 and as we go forward?
Yeah, like I can't think of a situation where decentralization won't benefit the entire users or like people who's actually interacting with this decentralized protocol. I mean, take like a normal, very easy example. So let's say that you're in a city and then one of these politicians in that city were actually saying that they want to build a university. And we've allocated a resource of $500 million to build this university, right? So in the current model right now, we can't see if they're actually using this money to build this university or not. Maybe they could steal 10%, maybe they could steal 20%, maybe after a few years, they were saying we need more. We don't have visibility over where this money is going, so we can't hold them accountable. Now take this monetary system that we have right now, the economical system that we have right now, put it, let's say, on a blockchain where it's decentralized and everyone could have access to the entire information happening over there. And since that is like a public project, we could know that this address of this wallet is dedicated to the university and to new project that they want to build the university. So you can track all this like flow of money wherever they go. And so you would have visibility. Once you have the visibility, you have accountability. So if you know this like house of politicians are stealing the fund, you can follow the fund and you can see that they're not going to the university address, right? And then you can hold them accountable. And this is like just one of many use cases where decentralization is benefiting like everyone, right? And then you can think about the technical aspect of decentralization. So take back, step back like a few months ago, and you would see like the Amazon clouds like went down, and you have a lot of applications, businesses, I don't know, like companies running on top of the infrastructure of Amazon, right? And when Amazon servers went down, all these applications on top went down because you are relying on a single point of failure. Now, if you take it and you decentralize it and you have like 150 nodes or 160 nodes, one of them goes down, you have all the other. So like decentralization on the technical aspect means more security, you're not relying on a single point of failure, and etc.
Got it. And so when we talk about these decentralized systems, a common theme that we always see is a DAO, which is a DAO, decentralized autonomous organization. And that's oftentimes how a lot of these communities and protocols work. Could you go a little bit into how DAOs work? How does one get started working in one? And yeah.
Yeah. So how does one start working on in a DAO? Well, actually, you just start working. You just start working on it. This is something like is being created in this space, something we call the permissionless job, and something like it's really awesome, right? Usually in everyday basis, if you want to work at the company, you should send them their resume. They should interview you, and then you can get accepted and start working. But it's not how it works with DAO right now. So it's like a permissionless job. You just have to start contributing. You just have to start building your reputation within this DAO. And then the more you contribute, the more rewards you can receive from the DAO itself. So it's incentivizing people to contribute, which could be your full-time job. And so like a DAO, as you said, is like a decentralized organization, autonomous organization. It relies also on something that we call governance mechanism. So someone could propose that we want to allocate a fund to that project, and if everyone votes and then this vote passes, then the DAO itself is going to start implementing the changes needed to run this new proposal. And as we speak, as of today, there's something crazy happening with DAOs. Like there's these crypto cities. People are actually buying a piece of land somewhere in the world, and they're building their DAO to actually build cities that runs entirely on a DAO. And you know that could sound like futuristic, but it's happening as of today. Like people want to build cities on top of blockchains governed by a DAO. And so yeah, it's all happening as of today.
What was the most recent one? I saw one popping up on Twitter that a lot of people were talking about. I think it was called like, I don't think it was well accepted by the Web3 community. I think it was called like Crypto City or something that didn't quite sit well with everyone.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, there's a couple of them like City DAO. There's the other one like, yeah, I forgot some of the names. But yeah.
Okay, well, a lot of what we talked about today in Web3 has one main technology that we're using here, and that is all of this being on a blockchain. You talked about that with DAOs and decentralization. And with all these transactions and data being stored on blockchains, I can't imagine it's all too easy to access this data. And I'm not saying I can't imagine. I know it's not because I work with them. But so what is a solution that we see today that's sort of similar to how you can use like search engines today so that everyone can access in a more of a human readable version?
Yeah, that is called the graph. And yeah, as you were saying, accessing blockchain data is something really complicated, really hard. And, you know, like as more dApps are being built on top of blockchains, like every day there's a new project that's being built on top of a blockchain, they are saving more and more data into this blockchain. So like every day, the amount of data being saved registered on the blockchain is like increasing. And it's not like they are directly being saved in like an ordered way, you know, or like easy to be accessible. So like they're just dumping a lot of data. And then like a question could be like, let's say that you want to access the Ethereum blockchain and you want to look for certain data that happened 3 days ago. So there isn't any mechanism that is going to take you directly to where 3 days ago, like this data happened. So what could happen is that you would go on this blockchain, you will get all the blocks that happened during 3 days ago. And then you will start with, let's say, the latest one. And then you will start looking into this block for the information that you need. If you don't find it, we'll jump into the next block. So you keep jumping from one block to another until you find the data that you are looking for. And now, so the graph, what it's doing is the graph is like going into this blockchain, collecting all the data needed, indexing them. Indexing, what does indexing mean? Is then you collect the data, you put it in a database, and you create an index for it that says, if you're looking for this data, it's going to point you toward where it is on the databases. So what happens now is that you can easily find your data and much more rapidly. And so this is what the graph is doing for the Web3 ecosystem.
Interesting. And so how does that differ from our current day solution to this? Say we know Google has, they put on what are called like crawlers and indexers across the web to index the data that happens all across the internet and make it easily available to everyone. But that is as we know, a centralized approach to this. How does the graph make it decentralized so that we prevent ourselves from going back to the past?
Yeah, exactly. So like, as you said, Google decides that they want to build these crawlers or they want to build these indexers to go on certain websites or like create these indexes and whatever. And now the question is like, since the graph is a decentralized protocol, who take the decision of what to index, right? Like, how would we know that we need this type of information from the data and what to index? Like no one could tell the graph what to index. And this is where it comes, like they created something called a subgraph. And so like you could see it as me personally, I am running a DeFi application on Ethereum. I am interested in the prices. I am interested on the number of transactions happened and how many swaps, let's say, happened. So what I do is I will create a subgraph. In the subgraph, I will say that I am interested in 1, 2, 3, 4 parameters. Then I'm going to deploy this subgraph on the graph decentralized network. And this is how the graph decentralized network is going to start indexing the data I need. The graph network is going to look at the subgraph. They're going to say, Joseph is interested in the prices. I'm going to get Joseph the prices that he's looking for. And then it gives me back. So every person or every developer create their own subgraph. They deploy it on the decentralized network and the graph start collecting these data for them.
Great. And then, and is that anybody can use those?
Yeah, of course. Completely permission.
Completely permissions, just like those. That's awesome. And so with all these things that we've been talking about today, how do we see a lot of this with blockchain data? We have the graph, DAOs, of course, NFTs and DeFi and all these different things that fall under the umbrella of Web3. What does this mean for the future of Web3, do you think? It's still very much in a common thing we always like to say is we're still very early. But yeah. That being said, what do we see coming soon and further than that as well?
Yeah, that's actually a great question. Like when you think about data, like data represents our activities, represent our interactions. What are we doing? And sometimes like when you collect the data, it's because you want to optimize, you want to learn more about what you did, how you could do better. So it also kind of represents like your objectives, right? And so when you look at the data that was on the blockchain, like from the early ages, it was like Colton has sent 1 coin to Joseph, then Colton has sent 1 coin to Joseph, and Joseph have sent 10 stable coins. And this is how you could determine the price of this coin. And so like it started with transfers and then swaps and like it became more and more like financial transactions. So like at the beginning, like blockchain data, most of the blockchain data was centered around financial data. And then NFT emerged. And then when the NFT came, now there's a big chunk of data that represents the art. Like who is this owner of this piece of data? What is the properties of this piece of art, right? And like all this data that is related to NFTs. Then now DAOs came in, and now the DAOs, like they have different type of data. Like imagine then if we go back to the example we said, like you're going to build a city and the city is going to run on a DAO. Like the city is, they want to put the prices of vegetables on the blockchain, right? Like they want to store the price of, I don't know, like tomatoes on the blockchain. So you can see the data on the blockchain is evolving, is changing. And this change means that we are creating a copy of our activities in the normal world, but we are doing on the blockchain. So when you want to think about the future and you think about the evolution of data on the blockchain, you can see that we are creating the same model that we have in normal life, but on the blockchain. So at some point, you can see everything that we do in normal life could be registered on the blockchain as well. Like that you went for a walk and you burned 50 calories. I don't know.
Right. Interesting. Well, that sounds great, Joseph. Thank you for the explanation. I do have one last question for you, since we do have a couple minutes left for our presentation, and then we'll do Q&A after. But CoinGecko.com defines the term degen as shorthand for degenerate. Degen trading or degen mode is when a trader does different trading without due diligence and research, aping into signals and FOMO into pumps. Would you consider yourself a degen?
Yeah, sometimes.
Sometimes. All right. Just want to ask that one last fun question. Okay, well that's it for our presentation. We'll open up the floor to Q&A now. If anyone wants to.
That was great, guys. I had some personal messages coming throughout your little interview there, which is great. So I'm happy to send them your way.
Awesome.
The first one, which was sent in the general chat, was will Web3 require a new tech infrastructure, like more expensive hi-fi networks, computers, smartphones, etc.?
Yeah.
You
go ahead,
you want Joseph?
First?
Okay. Yeah, I can start with that. Right now we're sort of seeing, I think we're going to go over a little bit of a hump where if you think of like right now to run a node on like the Ethereum or for the Ethereum network right now, it's kind of it's a pain. Like you're probably not gonna be able to use just like your regular computer, because it takes a lot of storage to do that. But there are a lot of blockchains coming out later on that and also solutions where you won't require as much storage. And also as we see the transition to proof of stake for Ethereum and a lot of other networks that don't take massive mining rigs, for example, it's just putting forth a bunch of collateral. Maybe it'll be a little bit more accessible to the regular, typical person to make it more decentralized.
Totally. Cool. No, that's great. Somebody has a question specifically for Joseph. Is there a buy-in fee to join DAOs?
Is there
a buy-in fee to join DAOs?
Yeah, sometimes it's not like a buy-in fee. Sometimes it depends. Every DAO has a different mechanism, but like in general, what we're seeing is that in order to join a DAO, you have to buy their NFT. So like a DAO would issue like a certain number of NFTs, and then when you become holder of this NFT, it allows you to enter the Discord of these DAOs. Once you are in the Discord of these DAOs, then you can start contributing and increasing your reputation. So some of them, yeah, the majority of them are using NFTs in order for you to participate in their DAOs.
Totally. No, agreed fully. Somebody said, people often think of centralization versus decentralization as a binary. And truth, that is not really the case, and multiple shades of decentralization exist. Could you please elaborate on that?
Yeah.
Could you repeat the last part there?
Yeah, just if you could elaborate on the case that there's multiple shades of decentralization.
You want to go, Colton, or?
I'll let you take this one.
Yeah, sure. So like something important to think is that of course, we want to increase decentralization. We love decentralization and we want to go there, but like it's a journey to get there. Like you don't go from the Earth to Mars by taking a taxi. First, you have to build the shuttle, the space shuttle. You have to make sure that it works, and then you can get to Mars, right? Like it's not direct transition. It's not easy. So of course, like running sometimes centralized, like when you are building something, if you have like a centralized team and like a centralized company work on it, of course you can go at like faster pace. You can control much more what you're doing. There's a lot of like good sides of centralization, right? but there's a road between centralization and decentralization where we should be taking it very carefully and be thinking about the choices that we are making. Sometimes, yeah, it makes sense that if you're running something small, then you can run it in a centralized way. But when it comes at like the collective aspect of it, when it comes like to everyone in this space using stuff in a centralized way, then you have to question who is the central entity that is like owning what you're doing, either like on the web or like somewhere else, right? And so like what we're looking forward is like something called the progressive decentralization, where we are starting with something is centralized and progressively decentralizing it.
Totally, no, for sure. That made actually a lot of sense. Moving on, somebody said, put simply, is a subgraph just a smart contract that queries an API?
Yeah. Subgraphs are like APIs, exactly.
Yeah, I was gonna say the way I usually think of subgraphs are that they are the API. Anyone can deploy them, and it's kind of like anybody can use it type thing.
Totally.
Cool.
Can you fully explain what a DAO is?
Yeah, I thought, okay, yeah. A DAO is more of a bottom-up approach to an organization. So instead of like a concentrated group of people having, well, DAOs vary a lot. So I'm gonna give like a general term for how they're set up is, so instead of like a centralized group of people making the decisions in an organization, it's oftentimes based on votes, based on votes, which are given by usually like a native token for the DAO. So I don't know if you call it like, I don't know, what you want to do on the weekend with your friends and you want to call it Weekend DAO, and you had some token called Weekend or whatever. Sometimes it'll be like however many tokens you have, and you can purchase these. It gives you how many votes you can have in the say of whether it's what you want to do on the weekend or like an upgrade to the group. And oftentimes those decisions will only be made, will only be executed via code. So it has to have like a majority of the group or some amount of the group has to say yes on the decision, and a certain amount has to actually vote on it. So I think, I don't know, does that answer your question? DAOs are, it's a very general term again, so each one differs, but that's sort of how it works.
Totally. Yeah, no, James, if you have any more clarification, feel free to send me a message. I have a question here for either gentleman. Any comment on businesses accepting cryptocurrencies at the point of sales? How does that look on the back end of the business's architecture, and what kind of integrations are needed?
That's funny. That's actually when I was in blockchain at McGill, what we made was a point of sale terminal to accept Ether and ERC20 tokens. I can't say much as to what that would look like from a business side. I think a nice use case for that might be stablecoins, or I mean, you saw this a few years ago as well as companies accepting like Bitcoin, or maybe if you're Tesla, you want to accept Dogecoin for buying stuff. But I'm not sure if I can answer the business side question since it's not really my expertise.
Yeah, no, of course. What do you think of nodes as a service and protocols that are crowdfunding in order to purchase nodes on specific networks and profile sharing with contributors?
Yeah, that's a good question. So maybe like recently, if you read the article published by Moxie, you can like get an idea of like how we don't want to be like every person, like day-to-day person, they don't want to run nodes, right? Or like servers. And so when you think about it, like as we increase our activities and we are building more stuff here, we could be thinking that we need more and more nodes, right? And so like, since like day-to-day people, they don't want to be always like running their own nodes. So yeah, like someone has to take it. So from a business perspective, yeah, it does make sense that like at some point people are going to be creating nodes and they're going to be selling this like usage of these nodes for like protocols or like devs or business applications to be having access and using these nodes. And something similar like happened to storage, right? Like with Arweave or Filecoin. And so like, you don't want to have like a data center at your place, right? In order for you to sell storage. And some people like need access to storage without having them go through this hardware equipment and complexities what comes. And so hence there was Filecoin and Arweave where you can store all the data that you need. So like it's kind of similar, the same philosophy or perspective, you could see it.
Yeah, no, of course. No, I appreciate that, Joseph. What are the next steps in order for Web3 to become accessible to the average person?
You would have to be using Web3 without knowing that you are using Web3, right? Like when you go on the internet right now, it's so easy, it's so direct. Like if you want to do something, boom, directly it's in front of you, it's easy. Sometimes it's not like that on Web3 protocols. Like in the early days of, let's say, MetaMask, if you're using the wallet and you want to like do a transaction, it will give you all the data of these transactions, and some people will look at it, they wouldn't understand what's like the information that it's giving you. So if you can make it much easier, much understandable by everyday people, like, oh, you are signing a transaction to sign your ETH, let's say, then it becomes more accessible to everyday people, right? So you need to take all these complexities and you need to put like an interface. This interface should be clean, should be accessible, and should be easy, and should be something similar to what we do right now in order for like everyone to be using it easily.
Totally, no, of course. Which protocols do you think are the most decentralized? Which are the most centralized? A lot of people argue that Ethereum isn't as decentralized as people might think.
That's a tough question to ask. I mean, you have decentralization by who owns like some certain percent of tokens. I know I was listening on the last chat with the Dorsey debate on Bitcoin versus the rest of Web3 essentially, and you see that some networks did like a large allocation of their token supply to like early investors, and so that results in them having like a large say in the network. I don't really want to call out certain certain protocols and say you guys are too centralized.
Totally. No worries. Yeah, no. We touched on the Dorsey debate as well a little bit on the last speaker as well.
Yeah,
Joseph.
Something like to think about is like when you say, is this protocol decentralized? Are we just thinking about like the distribution of tokens? For me, it's not the entire piece, right? Like, of course, distribution of tokens, it's something, but also how the protocols operate, how large is the community, how many different roles is involved in this protocol. Do you just have validators and the protocol is just running on validators, or like in the graph you have like indexers, you have curators, you have delegators, right? You have like subgraph developers, and so like you have multiple roles involved in the protocol, and so this is something also to be taken in consideration that increases the decentralization of the protocol, right?
Yeah, no,
right. And that goes along with how, like, one thing we always say is how easy it is to run a node on a network, and as it gets harder and harder, that's going to sort of push the network towards more centralization. So with it being like easy to run a node, say if you could run one on your phone, then anybody can do it, and there's no reason really. I mean, maybe not no reason why you shouldn't, but that would result in more people participating in the network, therefore being more decentralized.
Yeah, and that also leads into the next question of, do you think it's better to get into nodes or yield farming now?
I think yield farming is probably going to give you a higher return on whatever investment you're making, but it depends on how you want to do that.
Yeah,
it depends. I mean, they're pretty different things, running a node or yield farming. Yield farming, you're kind of just using like DeFi applications, and it's probably very high stress, and I don't do it because I think it's very time consuming, but some people are really good at it.
Yeah, for sure. Here we go. And do you think there's a problem with Web2 giants like Meta, Google, Microsoft, etc., moving into Web3? Does that harm the decentralization narrative, or do you think the technology embedded in Web3 protects users' data?
When you say like Google moving into Web3, like how? Like they're just gonna issue a token and then we're gonna call them like Web3, or they're gonna try to decentralize stacks? They're gonna decentralize their data that they own? Are they gonna decentralize their products, right? Like for me, like some people think if you have the token that is issued for your applications, that means that you are Web3. Well, this is not true. Like this is entirely wrong. Like the first aspect of this Web3 is decentralization, right? Are they going to decentralize like their stack? Then if yes, then yeah, maybe they are joining Web3, right? And so I don't think Google is going to decentralize everything. Like their main source of power is because it's centralized. They control so much and they don't share it. So this is where like they hold their power. And so I think at some point, like decentralization on Web3 can't be ignored anymore. And it's getting more traction over time. So like something that I'm looking forward towards is like, if these big companies, they want to join Web3, how are they going to do it? Are they going to do it the same way as OpenSea? Do you call OpenSea like a Web3 application or not? I know that a lot of people call it yes, it's a Web3 application. For me, not really. So it's something to be looked at.
Specifically, why no on OpenSea?
Well, if you go like few months back, and there's this guy from like a New York art gallery, he said that my NFTs were stolen, and then OpenSea froze these assets, so no one could buy and sell it anymore. And this is directly contradiction to decentralization, right? Like they have the power of your NFTs. So if your NFTs are on OpenSea and then like something went wrong with the algorithm of OpenSea and said, oh, you're doing some fraudulent activities, they could freeze your NFTs, right? And then you will have to talk to them, customer service to unlock or unfreeze. So they control the power, right, on their website. So that's not very Web3.
Totally, no, agreed fully. Somebody said that they said they're interested in Figment. Are you guys able to talk a little bit more about the future goals of Figment?
Interested in Figment in what way? You want to come work for us? We're hiring.
Could like, where could people find that then maybe?
Yeah, I think so. To go a little bit on about Figment, we I guess to describe what we do, it's we kind of broke the cardinal rule of a startup for saying, you know, you should do one thing and do it really well. We ended up doing a lot of different things. We have staking as a service. We have nodes for developers. We have Hubble, which is like which is a block explorer for a bunch of different chains. Figment Learn to help out developers. But I think the biggest thing about Figment is we are aiming towards the future of multi-chain and decentralization. And so we have a few things. We actually did do a partnership with the Graph to sort of decentralize our indexing stack. And I think we're in short, we're in here for the long haul for Web3. It's not like a get rich and then we'll just peace out later.
Yeah. Okay, cool. No, that makes sense.
Yeah.
We got one last question then, and I'll bring it to our 1250. Have you heard about any OpenSea competitors that are decentralized and distribute fees with stakers and operate as a DAO?
Not really.
Stargaze?
Yeah, maybe, yeah. And
Stargaze, yeah, kind of. I guess, yeah, Stargaze is on the Cosmos network. It's more of a decentralized NFT marketplace.
Totally.
So the problem right now is like there isn't a lot of decentralized marketplaces. Like most of them are centralized as OpenSea, and something like bad is happening right now with NFTs is that like sometimes you would look on OpenSea for an NFT and then you would see like, let's say, I don't know, like a certain image, and then you would buy this image. Once this NFT becomes in your MetaMask wallet, let's say, and then you look at it, you see the emoji of like a rug. So you've been rug pulled. And this is like a current problem happening right now. It's because the data of these NFTs are stored somewhere. And then when you are looking at this NFT, the image you see, it's the HTTP link that is pointing you towards a certain data. So the moment you buy your NFTs, this HTTP link could point you towards the different set of data, the original one, and then you can realize that you've been rug pulled. And so this is something like happening right now and something we're going to be working on the Graph. So what we want to do is we want to take the original data of this metadata of these NFTs and anchor them on the blockchain. So once they are anchored on the blockchain, you cannot be showing different data for these NFTs. And so this will allow the emergence of decentralized marketplaces, because the main difficulties of decentralized marketplaces right now is where they could store the data, how could they point to them, how could they index this data. And so this is something we're working on to actually like start giving space for decentralized marketplaces to emerge.
Of course. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Take a little step back and look at it in like broader sense. Sweet. Thanks, Joseph. Well, that does hit our time. Somebody did say, does Figment hire interns? So I guess that'd be a quick yes or no, or where they can find it if they do.
Yeah, sometimes.
Love it. Love it. Cool. Well, thank you very much, guys. We'll contact you guys immediately after this with because we are recording it right now. So I will we're gonna be posting it onto the Blockchain Labs YouTube channel. We'll give you a link to it if you guys want to like clip it or look back on it or anything like.
Sweet.
But that does bring us to our 12:50, and we do have our next people in the waiting room. But I appreciate your time, guys, and appreciate all the insights you give to us.
Yeah, sure.
Awesome. Yeah. Thank you for having us.
No worries. Cheers, guys. We appreciate it.
Bye.
Yeah.
All right. So that brings us to our next event. Our next event is going to be, if we can have Valerie get spotlighted, and she can give a little bit of information on what the networking sessions are going to entail.
All right. Thank you, Jacob. Well, first, thanks so much to all the speakers. I was so insightful, and we're so happy to have you here. So next we'll start the networking/information session. I will share my screen. Let me know when you can see my screen. Can you see the?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so we have two companies with us here today. We have Levio and Dialetica. You'll have the chance to gain more information about them, connect, and even share your CVs in their respective breakout room, which we will open shortly. You'll see that afterwards, once that's done, you can go back in the main room for the rest of the conference by clicking on the leave option. So who are we with here today more specifically? So our first guest is Levio. They have their roots in Quebec City and have expanded their offices to Montreal, Toronto, Phoenix, and more. They're specialized in digital transformation. They're focused on bringing business and IT together, and they develop digital solutions to solve problems using emerging technologies. You might have seen in the chat already, but Levio will be doing a draw to win 2 pairs of 2 Montreal Canadian tickets, hockey tickets, for all those that send their CV to a specific email, which we'll re-add to the chat by the end of the day. And second, we have Dialetica, which is based in Greece, and they now have their offices in Canada as well, including Montreal. Yes?
Sorry.
Okay. In Montreal and Vancouver. So they're an expert network that supports clients on efficient growth strategy, organizational design, and market assessments. They'll be working with our team, DTech, as well as the McGill Marketing Network for our case competition, which does involve cash prizes of over 1K, and everyone is welcome. And just on another note, I'll also drop a link here for our CV booklet, which we'll share with both companies. And I believe that was probably sent to you by email as well. So with that, we will open up the breakout rooms. Don't hesitate to message me here if you have any questions, and feel free to go in any breakout room whenever. So we should be able to, you should have access to going to the breakout rooms. Are those open? Yeah, I think they are. Like everyone sees them.
Yeah, the breakout rooms are open.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so yeah, they're open. So feel free to, and we will come back at 1:50, I believe. All right, thanks, guys. Thanks, everyone.
I'm gonna wait till I'm gonna give it a few minutes to see how many people will give a chance of people to join, because I'm sure everybody wants to win hockey tickets. All right. 19 people. Jacob, I'm not sure if you can hear me. I'm not sure who's gonna launch this, or do I just launch it myself?
Yeah, you can launch it whenever you're ready.
Okay, all right, thanks, Pierre. Okay, so I noticed that, well, first of all, welcome everyone to the Levio breakout room, networking session, however you want to call it. It's kind of weird because, typically a networking session is in person, and I can't see any of you react, and we can't really, have the human touch, but we're going to try and do this, as interactively as possible. First of all, if you haven't already, I'm going to share my screen here. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, we can see it.
So I'm going to welcome people. I know that typically people stay muted and turn off their camera, but I'm going to ask people to unmute themselves and turn on their camera as much as they can. Hopefully you're not in your pajamas. You can probably see that I'm wearing a cowboy hat and a cowboy jersey, because this is Cowboy Day. This is super wild card weekend, and I'm lucky that this session is not at 4:30, because that's when the Cowboys are playing. But maybe just for future conferences, Pierre and the organizers, you may want to do it on a day that is not filled with 3 football playoff games. I'm joking, but
we'll be careful for the next time.
I'm joking, but I'm not. But yeah. So welcome to Levio's breakout session. As Valerie mentioned, we are, if we can't attract you to this session, we tried to bribe you into coming to this session by drawing 2 pairs of tickets to the Montreal Canadiens once the games will have fans. So if they end up not having fans this year, it'll be for next year. But we have season tickets and they're really good tickets. So that being said, I'm going to introduce to you Levio today, and I put our emails on this first slide, because you may want to take a picture or a screenshot so that you have our email addresses. We have 4 people from Logi Methods. Myself, I'm a senior partner, actually from Levio, and I'll explain the whole Logi Methods Association in a few minutes. But we have, if you send your CV to cv@logimethods.com, you will be eligible to win a pair of tickets. So hopefully you can do that, and you can see, because we've got tons of job opportunities, because we're a high growth, actually we're the fastest growing professional services company in Canada, and I'll talk about that during the presentation. But first off, I'd like to introduce the other people from Levio who are on this call. Rosette Mpunga is responsible for our recruitment. Alice works with Rosette. Alice Werdego works with Rosette to in recruiting. And Waldes Machado is based in Toronto. He's been with Logi Methods, now Levio, for over 15 years. He's one of our senior business solution manager and service excellence, director of service excellence. So, hey, Waldes.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Byro.
Yes, good afternoon. Yeah, well, I've been on this since 11, so I've been interested in hearing about blockchain, cryptocurrency, Web 3.0, because they're all enabling technologies to what we're doing, which is enabling digital transformation. But first off, if you're going to remember Levio and Logi methods, you're going to remember, all you need to remember is 5 words: agility, efficiency, and value. Now, if you're following, that's only 3 words. As you can see, there's 1 word before: accelerating, agility, efficiency, and value, and 1 word after, which is very important: pragmatically, doing everything in the realities of our clients, doing everything. We talked about space shuttle, but we view the things that are on Earth, and the realities of our clients, the constraints of our clients, the human constraints of our clients, the financial constraints of our clients, and that's delivering things pragmatically. So everything we do, all the technologies, all the business practices, the digital transformation that we do, that we deliver for our clients, help our clients become more agile, hence deliver more products faster, react to threats faster, and do it at a lower cost, hence efficiency, and deliver the best customer experience and more value to their clients. So that's why today we work with mostly the Fortune 500 companies, and we'll talk about them a little later. But they're all about delivering a new customer experience and transforming themselves digitally and doing it faster, hence accelerating agility, efficiency, and value. So what is digital transformation? I will assume that I'm not sure if there's a course at McGill that talks about digital transformation. What is this? Oops, my email right here. Okay, so digital transformation imperatives is essentially about doing everything digitally. So every brick and mortar company today, like a Canadian Tire, like a CN Railway, like Al-Chami, is trying to reinvent themselves digitally to compete with the Amazons of the world, who have 0 stores, but generate a ton of money because everybody just shops on Amazon.com. The same for Airbnb. You know, they have 0 hotels, yet they're a very successful company operating entirely digitally. So they're selling more to their clients. They're operating digitally. They're creating advantages digitally. They're creating value in a digital manner, and they're being more competitive. So every retailer today does not want to use AWS as their cloud because they're just feeding Amazon. And that's how AWS came about, is Amazon has so much extra capacity on their data centers that they decided to sell it as cloud to companies who wanted to be in the cloud. And so companies like retailers like Canadian Tire and all the retailers don't want to feed Amazon more money. They want to do it more efficiently. So they want to digitize their processes on the back end. So digital business is about revenue, value, markets, and customers. It started by being outward focused. It was a combination of front office and top line revenue, but now it also combines back office and bottom line. So digital transformation requires a vision and efforts that are both purposeful and informed. For many organizations, it's still difficult to know exactly where to start and how to get there, but they're all on a digital transformation roadmap. Levio simplifies and streamlines digital transformation processes using a tailored approach for each client. We focus on rapid growth, value generation, and risk management. So this is what has fueled our growth at Levio. I mentioned we were the fastest growing systems integrator in Canada. That is a fact. That is not a subjective comment. If you go on Growth 500 Canada 2019, here we are. Oops, global hiring. This right here. I'm getting ads and everything. So if you go on the list, you'll see Levio number 2 all industries combined, #1 in professional services by a long margin. If you can, the next company, I don't know where they are, but they're far. Okay, so and 2020 again, we're #1 in professional services, number 24, all companies combined. So Levio was launched in 2014, which makes us a fairly young company. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with all of the professional services and consulting firms. There are a lot. It's an overpopulated market. So we had to do something quite different to achieve such growth. And part of it is our culture. And I'll talk about that a little later, and our values and how we embrace our value, how our employees and collaborators, because we call them collaborators, embrace our values. But essentially, it allowed us to become, to win the Employer of the Year in Quebec last year in 2020, and the Large Enterprise of the Year again on the awards called Les Mercuriades in Quebec. We started in Quebec City. We were a well-kept secret for a long time. And then we expanded in Montreal in 2019. I mentioned I would talk about the association with Logi Methods. Logi Methods was my company, which was founded in 2002. So we were almost a 20-year-old company. I sold my company Logi Methods to Levio. So now I'm a senior partner at Levio Consulting. And the reason why Levio acquired Logi Methods, because they want to fuel their growth. We were about 70 people at Logi Methods. Levio was about 600 when they acquired us. So that made us 700 people in 2020. In June 2020, we are now 1,900 consultants. So we added 1,200 people during the pandemic, which is pretty spectacular, because qualified IT talent is very hard to find. So we do it in several ways. We either bring people from overseas, we hire from, there's a saying called the best and brightest, attract the best and brightest. And so we have a lot of referrals. People come to us and they refer their friend, and their friend wants to join a dynamic, modern company. We had conferences on Web 3.0. We're kind of Industry 4.0, and that's a manufacturing standard, which applies to modern companies that are automating everything they're doing. So we're viewed as a modern, new, flexible, with a unique culture company, and that's why we attract people and we attract new clients. We have offices. We started in Quebec City. We have offices in Montreal, Sherbrooke, Toronto, Phoenix, Chicago, and Rabat in Morocco. And our growth is not stopping there. As you can see, our plan is to be close to 5,000 people by 2025. Feel free to ask questions as we go. This is supposed to be an interactive networking session, so I can't see the chat. Maybe I can see it here. Okay, I can see it here. I'm gonna have to move it over. Okay, so one of the things I mentioned is our culture. Our culture is unique because we had to have something unique to be able to attract so many people, so fast. So our values, actually, a company's culture is in fact its history, its values, and its beliefs. It's what drives us to go to work every day. These things set us apart from the rest of the market. We believe in creating an atmosphere at Levio that stokes employees to carry out a project. Our positive energy permeates everything we do, and it starts with our values. Our #1 value is customer success, delivering the best customer experience available. And every one of our employees and consultants, collaborators are evaluated on that. So they understand the importance of this. That's what every company in the industry, if you hear about digital transformation, it's about delivering an enhanced customer experience. I talked about doing things pragmatically. So pragmatically means doing things for real, not doing things academically or in theory. I majored in MIS at university several years ago. And when I graduated, everything I learned was almost obsolete, because in IT and in technology, you have to relearn everything every 6 months. So you have to have a pragmatic approach to everything you do to be able to deliver tangible return on investment. We have a collaborative model at Levio. So everyone is evaluated, is called a collaborator, not necessarily a consultant. And it's our team success that is important. So teamwork is very important. Levio, if you're wondering what it means to make lighter. It's a Latin word that signifies to make lighter, to be more agile, to be more simple. Hence our value KISS, keep it simple and simpler. The KISS acronym is keep it simple and stupid, but we would like to keep it simple and actually make it more simpler. One of the things we do at Levio is we empower our collaborators, our people, to be self-accountable, to be self-managed. We hate micromanaging our people. So we look for people that have a high degree of integrity and honesty and work discipline, and are able to self-manage themselves, be self-sufficient. At Levio, we have an intranet which is comprised of 300 courses that allows our people to train themselves and certify themselves on a number of different technologies and methodologies, like SAFe, like AWS, like Azure, like blockchain, like Google Cloud. So because we have partnership with all of these vendors. Unifying pride and enthusiasm with our collaborators is something part of our culture as well, because it revolves around making the customer successful. Another thing that's important is we don't like hidden agendas. So openness and transparency, both with our customers, with our partners, and more importantly, with our employees. That equates to a no jerks allowed policy. So, we don't like jerks and people with hidden agendas. They don't last very long at Levio. We try not to hire them, and it allows us to focus on our number one asset, which is our people, and having fun while we're doing our work. So what we do, so we cover all of the competencies required for a digital transformation. So a digital transformation requires a lot of things. First of all, it requires a strategy and a roadmap. Then it requires project management. We start with the user experience, the omni-channel experience, omni-channel making multi-channel. Companies are transforming themselves digitally because they want to sell more over the web. They want to sell more over a mobile phone. And so the user experience is of capital importance. We then build an architecture to enable a target architecture to enable that digital transformation. We have a business unit that's focused on artificial intelligence and BI analytics. We leverage all the latest technologies, including blockchain and Web 3.0. We also do implementation of COTS packages, commercial off-the-shelf software. And we also do custom software development. So if you're wondering the type of roles and the type of people we're hiring, I'm going to cover the breakdown of how we have business consultants and how we have IT consultants, but we cover everything under the sun for a complete digital transformation life cycle. You've got something called cloud. We need cloud architects. We need DevOps architects, DevOps engineer. You're looking at open factory. We're not a manufacturer, but we apply the best manufacturing principles to automate and industrialize our software development. And last but not least, cybersecurity is of capital importance. It's probably one of the top three priorities for any CIO. Sorry, I'm getting a call here. I'm just gonna turn this off. So we do this with a bunch of different technologies. So we are trying to be as vendor agnostic as possible, because every client uses different technologies. Retailers hate AWS because they're not feeding Amazon more revenue. So they work with either Microsoft, Azure, or Google Cloud, which we're part of. We're a partner of all three major cloud vendors. We have ERP practice on Workday, which some of you may be familiar, which is very strong in HR and finance. We also have an ERP practice with Unit 4, which is destined for the smaller and medium-sized enterprise. We have, not sure if you've heard about Software AG, IBM, TIBCO, Dell Boomi, MuleSoft. They are all integration platforms. They are all API-centric integration platforms. MuleSoft is probably one of the youngest ones because they started in 2010, but Software AG, IBM, and TIBCO have had an integration platform before people called them just APIs. They were called enterprise service buses. And we also have practices with RPA, which is robotics process automation, with Automation Anywhere, Blue Prism, and other vendors as well. So we talked about client success. So we have 100% focus on customer success. These are the customers we deal with, we have worked with, and we have delivered successful projects. Behind every one of these logos is a story. For example, Canadian Tire, they had to reinvent themselves to become to do a digital transformation to sell over the internet. So they implemented a e-commerce package called Hybris from SAP, and it costed them a lot of money. But today, Canadian Tire is probably one of the only successful retailers across Canada. You look at Sears, you look at Eaton, they all went under because they weren't able to compete with AWS. Staples is the same thing. Falabella is a company in Chile that has a lot of retail stores for groceries, for home hardware, and before they invest $1 in retail, in a retail space, physical retail space, they look at investing more in developing their web e-commerce capabilities. The same thing for TD Bank and National Bank of Canada and Desjardins and BMO, all traditional banking clients, but they're now competing with all the open banking providers. So they're trying to create virtual banks, using blockchain technologies and using fintech technologies. But for example, National Bank, we were part of their modernizing of their entire their revamping of their entire website and mobile app. I'm a National Bank client, so I can tell you that they went from a legacy, not very intuitive website to a very clean, very straightforward, user-friendly customer experience. So I'm not going to go through every one of these clients, but suffice to say is every one of these clients is part of our website, and we track and monitor our customer success rate and customer satisfaction rate. And we are proud to report we have 100%, which is published on our website, which is very rare for consulting firms. Consulting firms probably fail over 50% of those projects. one of the reasons why we've grown so fast and Levio has grown so fast is because of our customer success. Success breeds success. So I talked about the breakdown of, I talked about the different roles and responsibilities that we're hiring for. So here you have the breakdown in terms of IT capabilities. So we look for a lot of developers, so Java, full stack developers, front end developers, back end developers, both on Java and .NET, IT and QA analysts, as well as artificial intelligence data scientists and engineers. We also are looking for cybersecurity and cloud infrastructure engineers and consultants, BI consultants. We have a strong project management office. So we're looking for project leaderships and architects. We also we talked about, the importance of people. We have a very human-centric change management because a lot of the project that we work with, for example, at Desjardins, they came to us, they came to Levio, and that was Levio's birth child and how, coming to the market. They came to Levio and had a 10-year program, which was and 700 million, which IT said this is what it's going to cost and how much time it's going to take to integrate State Farm, which Desjardins had just acquired. And they came to Levio and said, can you do it in 5 years? We can't afford 10 years and 700 million. So we broke it down in 80 phases, and we delivered on each phase on time, on budget, for 250 million over 5 years instead of 10 years and 700 million. So that became, our first success at Levio. We like to attack ourselves to the close to impossible deliver projects. So we ask our clients, give me your most challenging project. For example, we closed and signed a contract in Phoenix when we did not have an office in Phoenix. They had a backlog of incidents and backlog of development items that they needed to enact upon, and they were looking for 60 people to deliver, to onboard. So we did not have an office in Phoenix. We weren't incorporated in the US. We did it. We sourced 60 people. We convinced them to take 30 out of Montreal and 30 in Phoenix. And we opened our office in Phoenix. They wanted us to do it in a staff augmentation capacity, where staff augmentation means to provide resources which the client manages. And we don't have necessarily full accountability and responsibility for the outcomes and the deliverables. We said no. We fought with them to take accountability and responsibility for the project, and they agreed. And today they said we're their preferred vendor. So we have all these successes, and if you want to be part of these successes, again, you can send your CV to cv@logimethods.com, and that's pretty much all I have. So thank you for your attention. I'm not sure if you have any questions. No questions? The battery is running low. I guess that was all crystal clear, or I bored you to death.
Just
I think
wanted
there's
to
a
say,
question in the chat, Raggy.
Pardon me?
There's a question in the chat from Gabrielle Giangi.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna just bring on the chat here.
I can say out loud if you want.
Are you guys taking internships for machine learning data analysts? Yes, the answer is yes. So we have we encourage internships because, especially if it's if it's you're going to graduate soon, it's a good way of onboarding people. So we have right now, we're 1,900 people. We're hiring about 50 people a month. So it's and probably it could be in excess of that because we're winning a lot of contracts that we need more and more consultants. So yes, we are taking internships. I saw a question that about our hiring process. Again, we unlike the Accentures and the Deloittes of the world, we don't have 10 interviews or 5 interviews. We typically have 2, maybe 3, but typically it's 2 or 3 interviews. 1 technical interview, 1 with a partner, and sometimes 1 with the end client on the first project. So straightforward. Again, the KISS concept, keeping it simple and simpler.
Thanks for the presentation, Ryu. Really interesting. Yeah, just wanted to leave that here.
My pleasure. Yeah, and once you join Levio, if we encourage referrals, so we actually pay you to refer people, so $1,500 per referral, and we love university graduates. We had a good experience with McGill University. Devin, one of our guys that works for Logi Methods, has been with us. He graduated university and has been with us since 5 years now. I got 9% left on my battery. Okay, and so one of the things that I think I wanted to underscore is we were lucky enough to partner or to be able to select our partner, being Levio at Logi Methods. When I sold Logi Methods, we had other suitors like the Big 5, like Deloitte and like Accenture, and we had an international firm that wanted to acquire us, but we said we don't want to be boxed in, and we don't want our people to be regimented. We encourage entrepreneurship. So at Levio, you're kind of in control of your own destiny and growth. You can take as many courses on our intranet and certifications as you want. You can contribute to eventually grow. If we're 1,900 people today and we're going to be 5,000, there's definitely career opportunities and growth within the company. So a lot of people are fighting for resources. They come to Levio, and because of our culture and the way that we empower our clients, our employees, and allow them to grow. So it's 1:30 now. The good news is that you're going to finally get a bio break if we finish early. If there's no more questions, I'm going to adjourn. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. I actually just missed a good amount of your presentation because my circuit went out, so I had to go down and reset the circuit board in my house. If you could just give me like a quick summary of your presentation, I'd be grateful for that.
Okay, sure. I love repeating myself, so.
yeah, I know. I'm sorry about that. I just figured if no one else is going to answer questions right now or ask questions right now, I'll force you to keep talking for a bit.
At Levio, first of all, if you want to send your CV, if you're looking for a nice career opportunity in consulting, whether it be business consulting or IT consulting, you can send your CV to cv@logimethods.com. We're drawing 2 tickets, actually 2 pairs of tickets to the Montreal Canadiens hockey game if they come back this year, if not for next year. I'm Raggy. I'm one of the senior partners at Levio, and at Levio, what we do and specialize in is digital transformation. So making our customers, accelerating the digital transformation for our clients. Digital transformation essentially means to do everything digitally, either via the web, via the mobile app, allows you to generate more revenue and enhance customer experience on the web. Allows you to be more competitive, to be able to compete with AWS or Amazon, to be able to compete with the open banking providers, and to do it internally into the back office, to do it more efficiently by digitizing all your processes, and allows you to be more agile. So if you're going to remember 5 words from this presentation, it's agility, efficiency, and value. That's 3 words. 1 word before, accelerating, agility, efficiency, and value, and 1 word after, doing it pragmatically, doing it in the confines of our clients, in the constraints of our clients, in the realities of our clients, in all the human dynamics of our clients. So that's what Levio does, is we accelerate digital transformation for our clients.
Awesome, thank you for that.
Wait, yeah, hold on. No, oops, okay. So Levio is the fastest growing systems integrator in Canada. If you go on Growth 500 2019, if you go on Growth 500 2019, you'll see that we're number 2, all sectors combined, number 1 in professional services. And one of the reasons for this growth is we were founded in 2014. It is our core values and our unique culture, which is all centered around customer success and customer experience, and delivering tangible ROI by building a collaborative model at Levio, so that we encourage teamwork. If you're wondering what Levio means, it's a Latin word that means to make lighter. So one of our core values is, of course, KISS, keeping it simple and simpler. We try and hire people that are self-managed, self-sufficient, self-accountable, high degree of integrity, and we have kind of a no jerks policy within Levio. So openness and transparency, no hidden agendas, allow us to focus on our core asset, which is our people, and having fun. Happy people deliver good customer experience. Unhappy people typically don't do very well in front of a client. These are the different competencies that we have around digital transformation. What I could do is share a copy of these slides, and I would be interested in getting a copy of the other slides as well. These are the technologies and vendors that we partner with. So all the cloud vendors, AWS, Google, Azure, all the integration platforms, Dell, Boomi, TIBCO, IBM, Software AG, and we also have an ERP practice around Workday and Unit 4. These are our customers. Behind every customer is a customer success story, and we're proud to say that we track and publish our customer satisfaction on our website, and it is at 100%. And this is a breakdown of the people that we look at hiring: Java developers, .NET developers, full stack developers, and I can share this with you so that you know where you could fit.
Yeah, please. Thank you.
All right.
One other question I had was just moving forward, how do you guys plan on transitioning into like Web3 consulting, or are you planning on doing that?
Well, Web3 consulting is an exact thing within our AI and within our AI business unit, because we have an artificial intelligence business unit, and Web3 is actually an enabler to help clients transform themselves digitally. So all the big customers are looking at Web3. They're looking, if you're a manufacturing, if you're a finance company, or just in general, you're looking at Web3. There's also something called Industry 4.0 that that manufacturers and supply chain companies are looking at, which embodies all the Web3 technologies and capabilities. So Web3 is just a natural evolution of a digital transformation. All these companies started transforming themselves digitally in 2015, 14, and the COVID has just accelerated that because they can't operate retailers. Look, Aldo, all the retailers, Aldo, Reitmans, all these, these retailers, almost went under and went on Chapter 11 because they weren't ready to sell on a digital basis. So that's why now companies are just spending more money on this.
I have another question for you. I saw that you were hiring a lot of.
Can you hold on? Can you hold
problem.
on just 1 second? I need to plug myself in, or else my
Take your
computer
time.
is going to go down. 1 second. All right, I'm back, plugged in.
All right. So I saw that you were hiring a lot of business analysts.
Yeah.
Can you run us through maybe like typical day in a business analyst as a business analyst?
Yeah, so a business analyst also could be a functional analyst, would essentially meet with the end customer, understand their requirements, create storyboards. I'm not very familiar with Jira. Jira is a tool that's used to create Kanban or create requirements that and create backlogs of things that a developer needs to develop. So the business analyst is between the customer, the end customer, the end user, and the developer. So he'll create the requirements, he'll create the stories for a developer to create code, to create the end user experience. Business analysts will also look at helping the business user define his requirements, because sometimes the end user doesn't know, how to express his requirements and define them. So the business analyst will also do that. So typically a business analyst would start with working with the end user, defining the stories, defining the requirements, providing them in a format that a developer can create code. So there's different tools to be able to do that. Well, you're going to add something? Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to give you a break. So hi, everybody. I'm director of service delivery, so I'm very connected to the question. So what we do is when we hire folks for specific functions, one of them is BA, business analyst. It could be other functions. We like to get them through our Logimet's Academy. And Levio has its own academy that encompasses our academy, where we coach, we provide templates, we provide examples. We don't send somebody who is just hired directly in front of the customer. We like to prep them, understand how they are. If they are senior, that journey is very quick. If they are new to the field, they will learn from somebody more expert, has gone through at least a few projects. So we like to give our consultants and empower them with the best examples, access to documentation, but also we like to coach them to be super successful without having to sweat too much.
Great, thank you. And I think we have a few questions in the chat also.
Yeah, I see there's what general entry-level position at Levio look like for a recent graduate in management can expect to have in terms of title?
So I actually asked that right before Pierre asked a little bit about it. So I did get some sort of idea for that. But I do see that we have another question in the chat from Ethan. He asked, what coding languages / packages does your machine learning / AI division predominantly use?
Yeah, so we use all AI and ML languages, from Python to, we also use vendors like Databricks. We use virtualization, data virtualization tools. And so, depending on what the client has, again, we try and be technology agnostic, and we try and leverage and reuse as much of the technologies and assets that the client has. So depending on his context and his standards, we can use Python, we can use R, we can use, I'm not an expert in AI. That's probably the area I have the least amount of experience with, but we have a full business unit, because it was one of the acquisitions we made in Sherbrooke called Menya, that utilizes all sorts of technologies in AI, which we've delivered for the federal government, the space agency. So the arm on the space station, the version 3 of the arm on the space station, will be 100%, because it's too far now, 100% controlled by artificial intelligence. Actually 99%, and 1% will be manual. So we've got a lot of use cases in defense as well. So we have artificial intelligence algorithms that clients, that the national defense uses to prevent attacks. So it's kind of, it's got to be bulletproof, and it's got to be of high standard and highly secure.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. If there's no other questions, if there's no other questions, I'll let you close it off, and I can go back to football.
Okay, yeah. So thanks so much for being here, Raggy, Waldes, everyone from Levio. It was very insightful. Yeah, so if there's no more questions, we will be going back to the main room for the rest of the conference. So thanks again. I hope everyone learned a lot. And
maybe just before we head out, Raggy, would you mind explaining maybe the process of the Montreal Canadian tickets and how that will be taking place?
Oh yeah. So I was wondering if I should do a random, because there's a random, enter the email address of everybody in a random selector. So I was debating if I should do it now, but I wanted to allow as many people to send their CV, because sometimes, they want to, at least tweak it. So if they can send it by end of day today, we'll do the draw on Monday, and I can show you, because there's actually different apps to do random selection, and I came about one yesterday. So this is I'm not sharing my screen anymore. Am I still sharing?
Not currently.
No.
Okay, hold on. Let me share it, and I'll show you. So this is a random name picker. Okay, it's a mini web tool. So you stick all the emails here, and then you say choose file, and or sorry, you say pick a random name. So there's one line per email address, and there's a 3-step random process certification, and it will just give you your winner. So we'll do 2 of those, and we'll announce the winner probably Tuesday or Monday, and you can just post it.
Okay, perfect. So we'll get that all by email?
Yes.
Sounds great. Thank you. Okay, so if there's no last questions, we will be heading back to the main room.
Yeah, well, I'm glad to say, report we're right on time. 1:45.
Yes. Amazing.
All right.
Thanks a lot.
Meet you guys.
Thank you for
See
your
ya.
time. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Go Niners.
I'll take that as a joke.
Oh, Rudy, I see you now. Let's go.
Hello.
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good. We just had everybody out in breakout rooms doing a little bit of networking with some companies, but I think everybody's hopping in now, getting ready for a little chat.
Fantastic. Thanks for having me.
No worries. Let's get spotlighted now and then we'll get underway. Perfect. So Rudy, my name is Jacob. I'm hosting the event right now. I'm on the Blockchain Lab, and I believe we're going through a little bit of a Q&A type session.
Yeah, that's right. That's
Love
right.
it. I will give my little intro that I got about to you so people have an idea of who we're talking or what we're talking about. But I believe you're the co-founder of Mythical Games. Rudy is a game industry veteran. He previously worked on games such as Call of Duty, World of Warcraft, Club Penguin, Skylanders, and a bunch of #1 mobile games. His organization, Mythical Games, is a next generation game technology studio. They're creating universal economies driven by player ownership. They believe that true ownership of digital assets, verifiable scarcity, and integrated secondary markets are the future of games. Am I all right with all of that?
That's great. I'm
Love
also
it.
Canadian.
Love it. Love it. Could you let us know a little bit more on maybe a little more about like who you are and a little bit less generic than what I just did?
Yeah, are we ready to go?
I think we are. People will be flowing back in. Some people did leave because not wanting to participate in networking, but they're coming back in, and we'll control that.
Yeah, let's get started. Sure. Yeah, I mean, you did a great job of summarizing my background. I have been making games for almost 15 years now. I actually started out before games in film and television, and I was there in that industry for 7 years. But it was very obvious where it was all going. It was heading towards interactive entertainment. So I made the leap over to games, and I started out that part of my career at Disney on Club Penguin. That was one of the early pioneers in free-to-play out west. You know, one of the first games to really hit a critical mass using that type of monetization model. We know now, you know, almost 12, 13 years later, that free-to-play has become the dominant model. But back then it was brand new, and it was really fun being on the ground floor for that. From there, yeah, I went to Activision. I worked on Call of Duty for 6 years. I shipped 5 Call of Duty games. I mean, it was I was, as a fan of Call of Duty, it was just a real treat being part of that team. While I was at Activision, I worked on a game called Skylanders Battlecast, which was actually like a digital card battler game, actually, and I'll show you something cool about it. I actually have them here. We created the physical cards because it was for kids, and so we wanted kids to be able to go to the store and buy physical card packs because you know how cool and fun that is as a kid to open card packs. And but what we wanted to do was we wanted to have this idea of digital ownership at the time. This was pre-blockchain. This was 2016, and so if you notice, I don't know if you can see it, but there's like notches around the edge of the card, and the notches for every card are 100% unique. So if I scan this, it's like a QR code. Imagine it like a QR code, but designed into the aesthetics of the card. You scan this with your iPhone or your iPad or whatever, it would unlock that digital version in your game, and it would be one-to-one. So if someone else tried to scan this and it was already locked to my account, it would say, oh, you can't. So this idea of true ownership, we were experimenting it. I call it a blockchain game before blockchain because it was pretty close to some of those concepts. From there, I went to Blizzard. I worked on World of Warcraft for a number of years, and it was at Blizzard where I sort of tripped and fell down the blockchain rabbit hole and was instantly fascinated by it. You know, we get in games, it's, you know, naturally a creative arena, so we get really excited when there's new technology that challenges the way we do things. And blockchain was certainly one of those, and it was really obvious from day one. This was 2018 now. And what I was seeing was these sort of emerging speculative community-driven marketplaces around digital items, like digital assets, digital cats. And, I made I made the connection between that and said, what if that existed with the types of games that I was used to making, like World of Warcraft? Because in our world, in games, the idea of digital item value, digital item sales, we've had that for about 30 years. It's not something that is new to blockchain. Players have been buying and selling digital items for a long time. I remember in the late 90s, I was playing a game called Asheron's Call, published by Microsoft, and I would grind items in the game. I would go to eBay, I would sell them for real money, and then I would come back to the game and stand by a tree and wait for the buyer to come so I could give him the stuff. And so over the 30 years since then, this kind of economy of transactions have increased exponentially, and we call them gray markets. They're all illegitimate. Obviously, what I was doing wasn't supposed to be happening. But as soon as we were collecting items in games, we as players put an enormous amount of value in them. So we collected them, and then we wanted to trade them with each other, and that became the gray markets. And if you look at games like World of Warcraft, there are hundreds of millions of dollars worth of gray market transactions were happening yearly, of players just wanting to buy and sell. And of course, game developers didn't get any of this. It was the Wild West. This was all players just wanting to do this, and there was no other way to do it. And even as recently as Animal Crossing, back in 2020, they had a really successful launch. And I was watching the eBay sort of analytics platform, and there was tens of millions of dollars of digital fish and furniture and recipes being sold, Nook Miles and all kinds of stuff being sold back and forth. So, having been around that for 30 years, and then seeing blockchain and NFTs, it was easy to make that connection and go, oh, holy smokes, here's an opportunity now to take this technology and tap into that potential, tap into that value, and bring it into the fold so that developers can participate financially. This doesn't have to be the Wild West. We can create, user-friendly, legitimate marketplaces. We can design for it. And that's where Mythical came about. I founded Mythical with some friends in 2018, and we've had a wild ride since.
Totally. No, that is great. What is your ultimate vision with Mythical Games?
So initially, it was to solve that problem, the problem of the gray markets, right? So if you think about it, for games, while it was an enormous amount of revenue happening, none of that, we as developers, we didn't get a piece of any of it. So it was just a thorn in our sides. And we're talking hundreds of millions of dollars a year, but all Wild West sort of fringe transactions, meaning you had to go to sort of unsanctioned websites. You had to, which you could have been ripped off. You could have had your stuff stolen, your money stolen. There was no regulations or anything. It was just the Wild West. And if you made it through that, got what you wanted, and then got in the game, then you had a chance of getting banned by the developer because you're doing something against their terms of service, right? So it forced this kind of transaction to be on the fringe. But even as it was on the fringe, there was still an enormous amount of transactions happening. So it was like the demand was clearly there. This is how players want to transact. They've been telling us for 30 years. And so, we saw this as an opportunity to solve that problem for the games industry, solve the gray market problem, where we could tokenize all the items, create NFTs out of them, which would allow us to facilitate these two-sided marketplaces where players could legitimately buy and sell these items with each other. We could design it into the game. Developers could profit from it. We could regulate it and make sure it was a good user experience so that people aren't getting ripped off. And as a result, we would expect that the general gaming population would suddenly start doing it too, because it's no longer risky, right? And so that was the initial vision. And I compare it sometimes to the early 2000s with the music industry, where everybody had internet and they were using Napster and LimeWire and downloading music for free. And the music industry was up in arms, didn't know what to do, were suing everybody. And then Apple came along and said, hey, well, we can create a legitimate marketplace. We can give you convenience, quality. You're not going to get a virus from us like you would from LimeWire. And maybe you'll be willing to spend a nominal fee to get the track that you want. And they were wildly right. I mean, they completely shifted the relationship between music and fans. And now we've got Spotify and Pandora and all of these other services that have spawned from that concept. And so we saw in 2018, games being at that same juncture, right? We could keep fighting these gray markets, which, they've only grown. Again, Fortnite, I mean, you can just keep naming games and they've all had gray markets. They all have gray markets, right? So you could either keep fighting them or we could find a way to embrace them and tap into them. And so that was the initial vision. Over the course of the next few years, it's sort of grown beyond that. So initially to solve the gray markets, but ultimately what we see is an opportunity to bring players and creators into the value chain and to allow them to participate in the value chain of games. And again, that's another separate trend that we have seen over the last decade, I would say, where players have wanted to be part of the value chain. They've been wanting to be part of the ecosystem. You can see that in the form of Twitch streaming and YouTube content creation, where these are players, these are fans playing games, making money. I mean, that's a $6 billion a year sub-industry within games. And it's all fans and players of games that are creating this content. And so you're not just making a living anymore, you're building entire businesses. There's so much revenue in this space. And then we saw it a little bit later again with esports. Again, these are players that are becoming pro players and fans and supporting this new ecosystem and this new revenue stream within games. So, we've seen players and content creators wanting to be part of the ecosystem more and more. They've wanted to participate in the value that they bring to games. And so for us, we see the next sort of progression being allowing them to participate in the value chain, in the economics of the game. Let them be participants, because players today, when you think about the types of games, open world sandbox games, you got Minecraft and, Fortnite's another example of that, these big games that you spend an enormous amount of time in. Players are creating value. They're creating value with their time that they spend, with the money that they spend. And, so traditionally that was just a one-way street. You create all that value for the developer and that's it. Now you can actually own the value. You can customize the world around you. You can acquire the items through grinding for hundreds of hours. And you get to own a piece of that thanks to blockchain and NFTs, which means you can monetize it and you can participate in that value. And from our perspective, that was an extremely powerful evolution to our thinking.
Of course. Okay, very cool, Rudy. No, I love that. Very interesting. I like how you covered a lot of topics there, and that'll also lead me to say that this Q&A session here is very free flowing. So people are more than welcome to throw any questions in like the chat or throw up their hand and we can get you in here. We do have a bunch of questions laid out ourselves that we did beforehand, but this is enticed for people to like hop in. So with that there, Rudy, you mentioned tokens at one point and then clarified or went further with saying like NFTs. And then you mentioned NFTs a little bit later on again. Mm-hmm. Since this is like a very blockchain focused group, are you able to explain what an NFT is to it for the parts of the audience that don't know?
Yeah, absolutely. So NFT is it stands for non-fungible token. It's one of those words that when you get into blockchain, it kind of is a bit mind-bending. There's a lot of words in blockchain that are mind-bending, and that's certainly one of them. So non-fungible token basically is the word we use to when we are basically committing a digital asset to a blockchain ledger. It's the non-fungible token describes the smart contract format and the types of data that smart contract needs in order for it to recognize that digital item. The thing that's special about non-fungible token is that the items are, each item or each NFT has to be 100% unique. That's essentially what you're telling the blockchain. When you commit an NFT to the blockchain, you're saying this is 100% unique, as opposed to a fungible token. So a fungible token means that it's not unique. There's potentially an infinite amount of the exact same item that exists. And if you tell the blockchain that it's fungible, then it knows, okay, there's supposed to be more than one of these, and that's okay. If you're telling the blockchain it's an NFT and non-fungible, then the blockchain is going, okay, I'm only going to allow one of these because it's 100% unique. And so if you think about it in the context of games, a fungible token might be a common sword in a game where there's an infinite supply, or 1,000 of them, or thousands of them, that every player is bound to eventually discover while they grind the game, right? That would be fungible. A non-fungible token would be, let's say, I don't know, the sword of the ancients, the 100% unique sword of the ancients, where it's the most powerful sword in the game, and only one person is lucky enough to find that sword. Now there's non-fungible. Non-fungible could also be a series of items. So in our game, Blanca's Block Party, this is what you see behind me. These characters on my screen here, they're Blancos. They're NFTs, but there's a series of them. So any one of them has a supply limit of, let's say, 1,000 or 2,000 or 15,000, whatever it is. And they're NFTs because they're serialized, right? So while they might all look exactly the same, you have 1 of 1,000 is different from 10 of 1,000 because of the serial number that's attached to it, right? And so that is playing on the whole collector. If you're a collector like I am, I collect comics and vinyl toys and all kinds of things. You're used to those kind of limited edition stuff. That's what we're able to replicate with NFTs. Fungible, another way to think about fungible tokens is currency is a fungible token typically. So if you look at the US dollar or the Canadian dollar, if you have $1 Canadian and I have $1 Canadian and we swap it, we have exactly the same value. There's no difference. But if I have number, I don't know, 3,000 of 10,000 Blanco and you have number 1, they're not the same thing.
Totally. No, yeah, no, I love that explanation. You started with like the technology side, and then analogies, and then actual prime examples of NFTs. That was actually an incredible way to phrase it. Okay, I like how you talked about currencies there, and that leads me into the next current question that Ryan asked in the chat. He said, do you see the collapse of fiat currency and integration of a social credit system using crypto?
Yeah, I mean, collapse is such a strong word, like, will there be a collapse? I don't know. I don't think so. I think crypto is, so the first thing I'll say is we in our world, we tend to decouple blockchain from crypto. Now, they've been intertwined for obvious reasons because blockchain enables crypto. But now blockchain as a technology has become something we can do so much more with. And, so from our perspective, blockchain adoption is happening much quicker than crypto adoption. So, but having said that, yeah, I mean, crypto adoption is happening, on a slower progression, but I think it's going to be a while, right? Like, I think it's going to be a while before it really sort of disrupts fiat, certainly out in our parts of the world. There are other parts of the world where it plays a more important role. But in our part of the world, it's going to be a gradual adoption process. I mean, this is just me speculating, but I think it's going to be a multi-generational adoption cycle, to be honest, right? Like, I say this a little bit tongue in cheek, but like, my mom is never going to be using Bitcoin to buy her groceries. I mean, it's just never going to happen in her lifetime, right? She's just never going to be comfortable doing that. So I think, the younger generation who are more comfortable are going to champion this new cryptocurrency, and they're going to introduce services and opportunities that other folks in their generation will understand, and over time we'll see greater adoption. And I won't go into specifics because I'm not, again, I separate crypto from blockchain, and I see crypto as a sort of almost a separate discipline. But there is obviously a lot of great advantages to crypto, and definitely is going to be more and more prevalent as time goes by.
Totally. It might not be the collapse of our society as we know it, but there will obviously be changes that are coming in the future.
I know there's a lot of people in crypto that are hoping there's a collapse in society. That's just the way the crypto folks think, but I don't think it's going to be quite that drastic.
Yes, no, of course. All right. Next question comes from Ethan. He says, how does the Mythical marketplace compare to the Steam community market?
Yeah. So I'll start by saying that it's a great question because it's another example of how what blockchain is sort of like an evolutionary step for us. I know it's getting a lot of attention and it's being touted as this sort of revolutionary technology, but in games we see it more evolutionary versus revolutionary, meaning that we're already doing a lot of the things that blockchain allows. It's just blockchain makes it more efficient. It allows us to do it better and do more of it. And Steam is an example of that, of that sort of evolutionary step. The major difference with Steam is that it's a closed loop. That's the big thing, right? That's almost the biggest thing, because you can sell your items, but your value is stuck within the Steam ecosystem, which is sort of the opposite of what if we're to talk about crypto, it's the opposite of what crypto believes. Crypto believes in true ownership, especially when you're looking at concepts like DeFi and value interoperability. Being able to extract your value from one ecosystem and take it to another is super important in the blockchain world and the crypto world. And with Steam, you can't. You can sell items to each other, and again, this is an example of a stepping stone towards where we're going. But the biggest thing is that your value is locked within Steam. In the case of Mythical, you sell an item for $100, that value can be extracted. You can take it out, you can put it in your bank account, put it on your credit card, you can take it to another ecosystem. And also, we are working towards doing that for items as well. We've got Ethereum mainnet, you've got marketplaces like OpenSea, we've got FTX on Solana that's just launched, NFT marketplace. And so being able to take your NFTs and your items out of the ecosystem is going to be just as important over the years. And blockchain allows for that. And that is the next sort of major evolution from what we've seen so far with examples like Steam.
Right. Love it. Joseph, I see your hand up. You should be able to unmute now. Perfect. Oh, I got you.
All right. Yeah. Is it working?
Okay. You got it.
Yeah. My question is more towards the security. So like we're being more and more accepting with NFTs in play-to-earn games and so on. And like I'm thinking about an example of, let's say, Pokemon, the game, the Pokemon game. Let's say I don't know, you do a new version of it where your Pokemon is an NFT, and then you train it, you up its level, let's say, and stuff, and then you resell it because you've trained your Pokemon is stronger, so you resell it for a profit. But so if you are able to, like, if you're like a cheater or a hacker, you can maybe train hundreds of them, and then you have your hands on a gold mine, let's say. So how is security, let's say, evolving in the sense, because there is more and more value now with games?
Yeah, I mean, you've nailed one of the big challenges that we have to solve, right? And games industry is no stranger to this kind of abuse. Whenever you have a popular game, you're going to have people trying to figure out how to take advantage of the system. We're used to that. We also, and it happens in a few different ways. There's malicious hacking, which is what you're describing. There are a group of folks who we call them min-maxers. who basically try to maximize the opportunity with a minimal amount of time. And they come in and find exploits, they loot exploits, or, and then they post it on Reddit or wherever. Now the whole community is doing it. We've seen that in games like Destiny, where they found the loot cave and then posted it on Reddit, and then it blew up and everybody's using it, and the game had to patch. The developers had to patch it. So, and then there's a third type even that's a little less talked about, which is sort of friendly fraud, where, you have kids accidentally spending, their parents on their parents' accounts. When it comes to NFTs and blockchain, you've got the opportunity now that they can sell valuable items. You've got to, let's say hypothetically, you have a $25,000 NFT and your kid, accidentally sells it for $10. These are all things that we have to consider. And I think there's this sort of misconception, and I hear this a lot, that blockchain is just inherently secure, and therefore you have to worry about this stuff less. And that's not true. That is a misconception out there. And all the traditional typical methods that we use in games to manage this kind of abuse all still apply. And in fact, blockchain makes it harder if you're not careful about it, right? Because in Ethereum, if you commit an NFT to Ethereum and you give it to someone else as a developer, or you sell it to someone else as a developer, you have lost control of that NFT. You no longer can do anything about it. So if that person purchased it fraudulently, or it was sold to that person by accident, by a child or something like that, there's nothing you can do on Ethereum to correct that. And so, in fact, it's much more scary versus what we're normally used to. And on top of that, you have a misconception by folks saying that it's more secure, which is not true. So what we have to do is this is an example of where you're bringing, and this is, we're now going to get into sort of like Web3 versus Web2. We're switching into this sort of Web3 paradigms, but it's not a straight transition. It's a clashing of these kind of problems where we have to figure out what the right solution is, and nobody knows what good looks like. And what that means is, though, you can't go full Web3 until we understand these kind of concepts, because you cannot put something like that in front of a mass market audience without having a solution for it, right? And so at Mythical, that's how we approach these kind of problems. We look at it through the lens of, how do we get this in front of mass market? And sometimes in order to do that, we have to step back into Web 2 and, walk a fine line of, okay, you know what, we're going to use blockchain, but we're going to make it a permissioned chain. A permission chain means that it's not a public chain like Ethereum. We have some control over it, where if there is fraud, we can potentially reverse transactions if we need to. We can catch things, but we also have traditional methods of managing fraud, just like you would in any game, where your accounts are put against a risk profile. We know if there's someone who's a bad offender or is doing something suspicious, we're catching them before they even get to the blockchain piece. So there are a lot of sort of preventative things that we can do. You're never going to get rid of it. It's going to be a problem. And as you say, now that there's value involved, it's going to become even more of an issue. But the way we take an approach is we take a sort of a proactive approach at bringing what we know best from traditional games. We're not throwing any of that out the window just because it's blockchain.
Totally. No, that's great. Arthur, we get you next.
Yeah, thanks, Jacob. And Rudy, thank you so much for taking your time. I actually, I think I was looking into your company a couple months ago when I was working for a VC firm. And congrats on your recent Series C. That's a big deal there.
Thank you.
Yeah, so my question kind of involves the definition of metaverse. So obviously it's a very, very hot term. I think everyone's calling themselves a metaverse company now, but like when you gave the example of the game you played 30 years ago. If we launch a game today, I feel like people will characterize that as part of the metaverse. So were we always in the metaverse, or is there a specific thing we can point to that says, hey, this makes this game or this makes this company a metaverse company rather than just a normal company that just started to call themselves, part of Web3 or part of the metaverse?
Yeah, great question. Listen, there's a lot of noise in the space right now. There are JPEGs selling for millions and millions of dollars, and does that make any sense? Not really, right? And it's not that's not the long term for games, and certainly not the long term for NFTs. And but it's become, there's so much buzz and hype around these concepts, which from one angle is incredible, right? It's driving innovation. It's forcing people to experiment and figure out where this is all going. And we don't know yet. We don't know how far this goes yet. We don't know what good looks like. We're all experimenting, and metaverse, just like NFTs, is a big buzz term that, again, people are figuring out. And there's a lot of different, there's a lot of different thoughts and opinions on what it is. And I will share mine, which is just one of many opinions on what a metaverse is. Now, one, I will say that, a lot of the things that are being called metaverses are actually just games. I think the hype around that word is just causing people to go, hey, I'm building a metaverse, and it's like, well, it's just a game, actually. But I think if you look beyond that, there is some interesting things happening that are unique, that could be sort of the building blocks of what the metaverse could become. One of those is the fact that, or at the center of all of this is the fact that, again, the new generation of gamers are spending an enormous amount of time in the digital space. When I was a kid, you'd play, when I played a game, you had a start and end, and you had to just get through it as fast as you could without dying. That's really it. And, once you turned off your Commodore 64, or whatever it was that you had, that was the end of the digital world. Then you're back in the physical, and everything else happens in the physical. Today you've got these big open world sandbox games where players spend an enormous amount of time, and as a result, their identities partially live online. Their social networks live online. There's no turning off the computer anymore, because you're connected with your mobile devices into these social networks, and your street cred, so to speak, lives online as much as it does in the physical world. When I was a kid and I got new sneakers, I'd go to school and show my friends at recess. That was what we did. And now, that happens in the digital world. Look at the cool skin I got in Fortnite or whatever, right? And so there's an enormous amount of value that this new generation puts in the digital world, obviously, right? Because my social network lives in there, and my identities live in this digital world, and I spend a lot of time in this digital world, and so I put a lot of value. And so one part of the metaverse is, I care about these digital experiences a lot, and I want to have ownership over these digital experiences. If you think about, my physical items that I have, you can't see it, but I'm a nerd, and I have a large collection of nerdy physical stuff like vinyl toys. I have my World of Warcraft box set collection over there. And it would be weird if someone else owned these things. They're mine. I bought them, right? And so that's how this generation is perceiving digital now too. Well, I have stuff in the digital world. Shouldn't I own those too? They should be mine. And so this idea of ownership is a huge thing, right? And whether that's an item or a plot of land, or I should own this, or my avatar, my identity, the clothes that I buy for my avatar. And what that is spawning then, as a result, this is the next part of the metaverse, is that this sort of collision of physical and digital is happening. You know, brands now are starting to go, oh, wow, well, they put a lot of value in the digital space. You know, let's bring our brands into that. We did at Mythical a partnership with Burberry. Burberry is a luxury physical clothing brand. And, you know, we did a drop in the digital world, you know, and again, it's because people care about their digital identity. They want to they want their avatars to wear cool Burberry stuff just as much as they do in the physical world. And they want to own those things, right? And so that's another aspect of it. And then another, you know, sort of, I'd say the third piece of it is that what was I going to say? I think I lost my train of thought with that one. Yeah, I lost my train of thought. I'm sure it'll come back to me. But that's essentially how I see the metaverse playing out. You know, and again, we don't know what good looks like. We're figuring it out. It's this sort of coming together of physical and digital. It's also this sense of I call this the new Web3 audience. The Web3 audience is an audience that cares about their digital presence and they want ownership over it. It's not just digital, you know, the digital items also. You're seeing this sort of movement. This is not games related, but you're seeing a movement in terms of people wanting to own their digital data as well. Not some corporation, you know, it should be me that owns it, right? So it's this whole movement towards this sort of what I think is this sort of metaverse. Oh, I remember the other one. The other one was interoperability, that if I buy something, and this is still all, you know, fresh, so we're all still figuring out how this works, but the idea that I can buy something, a digital item in one experience, and I can take it to another experience. And that means that me as Rudy and my avatar and things that I own can go from experience to experience, just like I would in the physical world, right? And it would be like if I went to a restaurant and every time I went to a different restaurant, I have to change my clothes, right? You know, because, you know, you have to be different in each of these worlds. And so, you know, what the metaverse is trying to do is trying to sort of unify who we are in these worlds and these digital experiences.
Totally. That is a great multi-level answer to that question. That was incredible.
It's a big question.
Exactly. And that's the whole reason I'm sure Arthur asked it, right? It's like you hear about all these different areas. So there is lots of answers to it.
But you're free to go, this is just a game. You know, if you think it's a game, it's likely a game, not a metaverse.
Yeah, no, completely. No, that's funny. Arthur and I actually live together. We have that debate all the time of what actually is the metaverse.
I remember people were asking me when I first got into blockchain, and I was talking about the mythical vision. People were asking me if the games, you know, these are crypto people. Crypto people were asking me if our games were going to be on chain or off chain. And I remember going, off chain? You mean like regular games? You know, like, and you know, like every game for the last 40 years has been off chain. And this is just an example of how good the crypto community is at making up words for things unnecessarily.
No, totally. That is a great, that's a great example. That is great. Well, unfortunately, Rudy, we are out of time. We did have a solid, probably 10 other questions in the chat, but I think you covered a little bits of each of them as you went, which is incredible. But I would like to let you know that we are recording right now, and we will send you an email after with like a link to like where it'll be posted. So if you want to look back on it, or if you want to look at any other presenters, you're more than welcome to. But we do appreciate your time, and we do have our other panelists in here as well, or else I would keep going, throwing questions at you. But I appreciate everything you said, Rudy.
Thanks for having me. It was great to be back. I really enjoyed it.
Sounds great. Thank you very much, Rudy.
Take care.
Cheers.
Bye.
All right, that was incredible. And that can move us straight in, right on time to move into our next set of panelists, actually. It looks like we have Simon, George, and Tey.
Yes.
How's it going today, guys?
Good evening.
Good evening.
For me, it's good evening. I'm in The Hague.
Hey, where are you, Tey?
8:24 p.m. So I'm in my corner.
Nice. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Where are you at right now?
I'm at home, actually, in the Netherlands.
Nice.
Yeah.
Is your, I guess the three of you are not necessarily like directly related in that sense that you would all be from the Netherlands. George, whereabouts are you at?
I'm in Montreal.
Very nice. Here.
Kind of cold.
Amen, brother. All of Canada is pretty cold right now. And how's it going today, Simon?
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm in Montana, head to the best.
Love it. Love it. All right, we'll get right into it. So typically I've been introducing everybody, but since the three of you have like three very different introductions, I will let everybody introduce themselves, just kind of who they are, where they're from, and what they're doing. We'll do Tey, Simon, and then we'll finish it off with George, just because that's what's on my screen.
Sure. So good evening, everyone. My name is Tey. Originally, I'm from Syria, Damascus. I'm born in Kuwait, raised in Lebanon. I lived in Dubai, and I applied for asylum in the Netherlands in 2014. I started my first company while I was in the refugee camps, and I worked on digital identity, blockchain, interoperability. So I enjoyed Rudy's intervention as well. Then I I exited in 2019 from my startup, which is still running until now. And I moved from digital identity to cryptocurrencies back to where I'm comfortable at. Today, I'm running Flus Finance. It's it is one of the rising startups in the Middle East. We're bringing crypto into MENA region.
Totally. Yeah, no, that's great. And Simon?
Hey, what's up, guys? Yeah, my name's Simon. I graduated college in 2013, degree in philosophy. After college, spent 6 years in the United States military in the United States Marine Corps as an infantry officer. Got to travel all over the world there. Kind of started to get some initial exposure to Ethereum in 2017. We'd gotten back from a deployment, and I remember all my Marines were just going crazy about the coins and just losing their minds. And I, dived in. I bought at the top and I sold at the bottom, just like everybody else. And then, it kind of stayed in my mind. I got out of the Marine Corps in 2019 and went to business school at NYU in New York City. And at the time, the idea of working in crypto seemed very foreign to me. I did not have a technical background. I thought the only people working in crypto were coders. So I went to business school, really focused on becoming an investment banker, and worked at an investment bank in New York City last summer. And as that summer of 2020 was ongoing, DeFi summer was also happening. And I found that instead of doing the work I was supposed to do at the investment bank, I was spending all day, every day, just diving into different protocols, learning about them, and getting more and more excited. And I got done with the summer internship. I went back to school, and I kind of came to a point in the early fall where I said, hey, if I don't find a way to work in crypto right now, I'm going to spend the next 10 years of my life trying to do that. You just need to do it right now. Got super involved in a number of different DeFi projects. Kind of landed with a full-time role leading business development for Index Co-op as a community member. Have been with the project for about the last year and a half. Have had just incredible experience, and I'm super stoked to talk about it today.
That's great. Thank you, Simon. George, take it away.
Hi, I'm George, co-founder and CEO of Authentic Arts. My background is really like in the financial sector, a little bit like Simon, but I was on the asset management side, where I worked for a fund managing over $180 billion. And I mentioned it because it has a lot of relevance to what we're trying to do in the world of like visual art, physical and digital as well. So I worked in private assets, bought a lot of real estate properties across North America, and I noticed a lot of dynamics between how people interact and use information, and how on our side we were repeating the same task over and over again. And anyone in investment banking would know that as well. So left asset management a while ago to 2.5 years ago to join a robotic startup. It was a great experience. And then during that time, I was talking to one of my co-founders now about visual arts and the problem with traceability and royalty payments. Long story short, there are laws in Europe for what they call artist resale rights, which is basically when there's an increase in value, you pay the royalty to the artist, to the creator, which makes sense. It's very hard to implement, and so that's one of the big issues in the physical world. So we were just like talking about the whole discussion, the whole issue, and we're saying like, so who does it? Who figured out how to do it? And obviously, blockchain is the first thing that popped to mind. So from that point on, I started like diving into different protocols. I know Ethereum Foundation has a lot of interesting literature on the subject. So I was like, okay, we need to do something, taking the best practices from Web3 blockchain and provide it in a way that's user-friendly for non-tech savvy people in the physical and digital art world. And hence why we started Authentic Cards very recently, actually. October 2021 is when we really started like diving into this, and the traction has been amazing so far.
Love it. Thank you very much, George. That is some great interest across all of it. Just a little note to all the audience. This is very similar to our conversation with Rudy. It's going to be very free flowing, and anybody is more than welcome to throw anything in the chat or send me a PM with questions for them. Or you can obviously also throw up your hand, and I am happy to get you into the conversation. But with that being said, we'll move on to another common question. We have here, what is your most, to you, what is the most exciting feature of blockchain technology? This could be a little biased towards where you're working, but just overall, what do you think is the most exciting thing of blockchain right now? And we'll go in the same order of Tey, Simon, and then George.
Well, for me, the most interesting thing about, I mean, you guys are using blockchain and I think crypto in the same balance, and Rudy previously was talking about private chains. So when I say blockchain, I'm talking about immutable, borderless, open, neutral, decentralized networks. This is what is a blockchain. Anything else than that is simply a database, SQL server at its most. So when Tey is referencing blockchain, I'm referencing as well Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, Monero, all these open source cryptocurrencies, and definitely not central bank digital currencies or what we call as CBDCs. So now that we lay the foundation of where I look at things and where I have experienced things. I lived 2 years in a refugee camp, and I was not allowed to have a bank account, a PayPal account, a credit card. And the only way for me to work and to earn money and to basically order food, send money home, pay for the medical expenses for my parents was with Bitcoin. So the openness, the neutrality of money that blockchain is bringing, this is for me fascinating. Remember that we have more than 2 billion people unbanked around the world, and they will not be waiting for HSBC or, I don't know, Chase to come and give them a bank account or help them with a credit card or open a line of credit. Today, we're seeing the world of DeFi evolve as well. And it is offering lending, it is offering borrowing, it is offering full financial services, what a traditional, sector would give to privileged people. Today, it is open for everyone. So George was mentioning he used to work in a hedge fund managing $180 billion. He can tell us perhaps the amount of paperwork that someone needs to go through to access a hedge fund or to be a hedge fund manager. Today, with less than 10 clicks, you can have your own hedge fund. Take a look at enzyme.finance. I will drop the link in the chat. It's a project built on Ethereum, built by an ex-Goldman Sachs director, and she's a female. She lives in Switzerland. She built the largest decentralized hedge fund, where today hedge funds are coming to her platform to open vaults and to trade for other people. The world of blockchain is fascinating. It's a rabbit hole. It's never ending. The amount of innovation is, it blows everyone's minds. And keep in mind, immutable, borderless, open, neutral, decentralized financial networks is what blockchain is about. So that's my personal opinion.
Totally, that's great. Thank you, Tey. Simon.
So I think the thing that excites me the most is when you look at like the biggest problems faced by the world today, or like human society today. A lot of those basically all of those biggest problems are coordination problems. And it's as the world grows bigger and more complex, it becomes increasingly imperative to be able to coordinate, not just like between, people in this town or this city or this country, but people globally, and figure out a way for people to coordinate effectively to accomplish big things through group effort, getting everybody going in the same way. And what we're seeing with Web3, what we're seeing with DeFi, what we've really seen over the last 2 years is we've seen really like the first stages of starting to figure out, hey, how do we coordinate people at a global level to solve like really complicated tasks? And at its fundamental layer, the thing that blockchain enables is it enables people to coordinate effectively without a centralized entity that says, hey, you do this without central control. And that is at the abstract that sounds really cool, but when you see it in practice, it's incredibly powerful. So you could have a DAO, for example, Index Co-op, and you have community members across the world in a decentralized manner without anybody in charge, paying each other, people, being paid to go to conferences and speak, people, doing design work, doing code work, doing all of these things without a central person saying, hey, you do this, you do this, you do this. And that's very scary. It's very new. People are not used to it, but it is incredibly exciting. And I'm firmly convinced as the world, 10x's in complexity every single year. We've all seen it. Like the world from 10 years ago was infinitely simpler than the world today. As the world grows more complex, the only way for us to navigate this complexity is through decentralized form of coordination.
That's great. Thank you very much, Simon. George?
I'm glad to be third because there are so many things I'm excited about that I got 2 off my list already. So thank you guys. But I agree, like what's super interesting for us at least is the concept of the frictionless transfer of values for digital assets and the ability to be global through and this is something that we're very mindful of government regulations, because they will catch up at one point, but at the same time to be a bit ahead of the game and kind of influencing a little bit of the way things can be done because they see it's now possible. So I know there's a lot of layer 2 innovation that's being done right now to really help with transactions at a lower cost, accelerate the computation process. And for us, this ability to add that layer and also to provide a UI that's easy to use by non-tech users, because we are in the artistic community. A lot of people already struggle to build it. None because in the artistic community, everyone's the same issue, but most people don't want to host their own servers. They don't want to build their own websites. They want someone to take care of that for them. And this is what we do. But using a lot of the tools that are done and built around the world, that we're kind of integrators of fantastic solution that's being done on the blockchain through its global reach.
Totally. That is great, George. I appreciate that. We'll get into the next question here. We have Mohammed asked live in the chat. He said, what are your thoughts on ENS, ETH naming service, and other domain name applications? How relevant will this be, in your opinion? We can go a little reverse order so we don't keep picking on Tey every time for the first. So George, if you want to take a stab.
Honestly, I'll pass on this one.
No worries. Simon, any thoughts?
I think it's an interesting question at a couple layers. So it's going to be very important, right? Like this is a Web 2, it's a Web 2 application that is being used on Web 3, and that's very important. I think it raises a bigger question though of, what applications from Web 2 or what types of technologies will be ported over to Web 3, such as domain names, that's very clear. But what still needs to be invented in Web 3? And I think we're at the point where a lot of the existing technologies that were very successful in Web 2, such as social media, such as domain names, such as basic payments, like that's already kind of being solved by Web 3, by crypto right now. But I'm a firm believer that is like the very tip of the iceberg. And like, we're not even really going to understand like the true use cases of these technologies until like 5 or 10 years ago from now. Like if you think about, Instagram was really like that. Instagram was Web 2's like iPhone moment, right? People had Facebook before, people had MySpace before, and then Instagram came out, and all of a sudden, everyone had Instagram. And if you didn't have Instagram, you did, like everyone in the world had Instagram. And when you think about Web3, like we don't have, like we haven't even kind of started to conceptualize what the Web3 version of that application is going to be, what that is going to look like. And, you know, that is like the onus is on the people on this call to figure what that is, because, you know, you can either take a backward looking approach and say, hey, we're going to take all these things from Web 1, 1.0, Web 2.0, and we're going to port it over to Web 3.0, or like we're going to invent something that is radically new, that totally changes how every single person in the world lives their life.
Totally. Tey, anything on?
No, I totally agree with what Simon just said. I mean, back in, I think, 1995, nobody saw Facebook coming. Nobody saw WhatsApp coming. And then when Facebook came out, nobody saw Instagram coming. If I entered in an investment firm in 1998 and I told them, hey, I want to build a social platform where students can meet, and, you know, they'll kick me out. And today, when we are going into investment companies and telling them, hey, we're building this thing where you can connect your wallet to a smart contract and you can move money without the money actually being moved from your wallet, and there's tokens, and you say, huh, what you're talking about, you know, just here's the door. So it is, I totally agree with Simon. It's up to the people in this room, the students. You are going to build the Web3. We don't have a definition for Web3 even. Ask people, what's Web3? There's no single definition on what is Web3. Even those tech giants like Jack Dorsey and the rest of the world, they're fighting on just the definition of how do we define Web3. So if you think it's too late, no, it's didn't even begin.
That's great. Thanks, Tey. Looks like we got Arthur with his hand up to add in.
Yeah, thanks, Jacob. Thanks for everyone for being here. I guess this is open to everyone, but maybe a little bit more specific for Tey. One thing that really excites me about blockchain is kind of how it operates in the developing world. And like the El Salvador case sample is just absolutely crazy, right? Like remittances is such a big deal in El Salvador, but also so many different developing countries, and going through Western Union, talking to like unbanked population is a huge burden. So my question is, obviously there's a lot of, you know, incentives for people of the developing nations to adopt and use cryptocurrency. But one, what are the main incentives for government to adopt, to legalize like Bitcoin or legalize other cryptocurrency? But two, what are some of the major drawbacks for government adoption of cryptocurrency?
Good question, Arthur. I'm not a fan, to be honest, of the El Salvador use case, because it came from a government perspective. It came from a government that is known for corruption, known for involvement in cartels, and, you know, El Salvador is just a hotbed for criminal activity. So the way that the president as well came into being a president has a lot of questions, and it is not my favorite way of a government to adopt crypto. Nevertheless, it happened. The Bitcoin community, the crypto community was cheering for it. The drawbacks that we saw in the El Salvador case, to be specific, was first that this adoption of cryptocurrencies is centralized with the government. So actually we didn't solve anything. And there was like some malfunctioning of the wallets. There was money being, you know, gone from the wallets. And it was, you know, forced on the people. You shouldn't force Bitcoin on people. You shouldn't force crypto on people. But another interesting use case that rose from the community was Lebanon. When the inflation and the financial crisis started in Lebanon back in 2019, it was up to people like you to go and educate other families about what is Bitcoin, how can you hedge your failing currency, your dying currency against you know, losing its value. Another use case was Afghanistan. When the US Army withdrew from Afghanistan, next thing that happened is the NGOs withdrew after the US Army, leaving their staff behind, and the country went into chaos. So 20 years, they were trying to save the country from the Taliban. At the end, they gave it to the Taliban. And same scenario happened in Lebanon. Devaluation of the currency, banks stopped working, and the international community froze the assets of the Afghani government. Who came to the rescue? Bitcoin, cryptocurrencies. But it came from a community perspective. That's, again, maybe I'm biased because I lived in refugee camps. I have a refugee background, which I was just like you guys. I was a normal guy. I smoke weed, I drink alcohol, I go to club every Saturday. And suddenly all this was taken away from me, and you have to sit here for 2 years. I don't, it's like I always tell people, it's like the 5 years old story. You tell him, don't touch the oven, don't touch the oven, don't touch the oven. What happens? He won't listen, or she won't listen. Once they touch the oven, they burn their fingers, then they realize, hey, the oven is hot. And the same thing's gonna happen. I don't wish it, but it's gonna happen with many of you. You won't appreciate the power of cryptocurrencies, the power of immutable, borderless, open, neutral, decentralized currencies until you burn your hand with either a scam coin or a inflation of your local currency. And it is what it is. But let's hope it doesn't happen.
That's great. Thank you very much, Tey. And thanks, Arthur, for the question.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you. Yeah, that's really insightful, that the onus of adoption is really on the community rather than the government. That makes a lot of sense for something that's supposed to be naturally decentralized. Yeah, thank you very much. That's great.
Love it. Okay, I will go around and ask each of you an individual question now, because we have a couple of those prepared as well. So the first one will start with George. So Authentic Art provides a service for actors in the art world with a focus on physical artworks. Could you provide a brief background on how you're using blockchain to solve your users' pain points?
Yes, so that was an interesting journey on my side, like learning about pain points. So initially, like I said in the intro, we're really interested about the concept of traceability, because then it leads to accountability, and you're able to implement smart contracts and everything. But what we realized is that being an artist, being a gallery owner, you're always an entrepreneur. So you have to do everything by yourself. And the art part, just like an entrepreneur, is usually a very small portion. Like you do a lot of admin, you do a lot of representation, and you do a lot of managing what you have and what you like your business. And so what we realized about the pain points is inventory management, for example, is very tedious. Artists need to interact with insurance companies, with galleries, with collectors / buyers, with appraisers, and just the connection or the transfer of information between these parties is actually very tedious. Takes a lot of time off their days, and because of that, they're not able to do as much creation as they would like to, and they're stuck doing a lot of management of very tedious tasks. A little bit like we were saying about investment banking and asset management. So one of the things we realize is that the world is very manual. Like we look into what banks do. Banks clear a lot of transactions you put in the ATM manually. You have people in a room counting money and making sure that everything balances. And that takes a lot of human time, human power, a lot of time off people where they could do something else. And so what blockchain provides is also an ability to have through that decentralized ledger to automate the validation, a lot of those transactions, transfer of titles, transfer of ownership of digital assets or physical assets. And through that, you just remove hours of work every week for every people involved in the artistic community. And that was a very interesting use case that we found that we didn't think at first. And as we go into it, we see it more and more. And whenever we talk to users, what they want to know is that they won't have to work and do it anymore. But how you get it done is super interesting and adds a lot of value for the users of the service, basically. So in short, like we started this because of traceability, ability to implement artist resale rights and royalties. But then we realized that everyone would benefit from just automating a lot of these validations through a decentralized ledger.
That's great. Thank you very much, George. We'll move on to Simon with an individual question. So we have written down here, can you make a living being part of a DAO? And if so, what is the process of getting paid?
That's the $1 million question everybody's trying to answer, right? Okay, so it's a very, very good question though. So I started working at Index Club about 1.5 years ago. And you know, if you go to like crypto Twitter or Web3 Twitter, you're gonna see all this hype around DAOs, decentralized communities, people, you know, showing up, or you're in 100 different things. And I think that's good, right? But the number of people who are like doing Web3 influencer stuff or tweeting about these things is very big. But the true ecosystem of people who are legitimately working on these projects day in, day out for a DAO as community members and getting paid is infinitesimally smaller. And like getting paid is in like living off of it. You know, my experience is I started off kind of jumping around a few different projects. I got really involved with Index Co-op, just kind of showing up to meetings, and they didn't have any work for me, right? Nobody in these DAOs is going to tell you what to do. But I showed up and I said, hey, they need, you know, obviously there needs to be some help here. There needs to be some help here. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do like the most menial jobs ever that nobody else wants to do. Because that's how you get your foot in the door anywhere. It doesn't matter whether it's a technology company, if it's a farm, whether it's a Web3 project, you just start doing the work nobody wants to do and you just do really well at it and you just keep doing work. And you know, from that period, I got more and more involved. And if you're good and you hustle hard, like you'll find, you know, stuff to do. And over the course of the last 1.5 years, I've only gotten paid in crypto. I've only been paid by Index Co-op. And I think like the reality is it's very easy to be excited about something for like a month and be like, oh, I'm going to do this and I'm going to post on Twitter about it. And I'm going to, you know, be part of like this whole thing. It's harder saying, hey, this is my job. This is what I do. I show up to this every single day. I do the work if I want to do it or if I don't want to do it. But that's the mentality it takes to succeed. And it doesn't matter if you're founding a project. It doesn't matter if you're helping a project build. It doesn't matter if you're working in a traditional company. It takes that mentality. And, you know, Web3 is very new. It changes very fast. There is no playbook for this. And that is scarier than people realize, especially when you start to do it day in, day out, year after year. But we are, you know, this is the cutting edge of how human beings work. This is the absolute cutting edge of how people coordinate. And it's just like, you know, an explorer in the 14th century. If you're going to be at the cutting edge, if you're going to be at the limit, it's going to be tough. It's going to be a challenge. But that is what you're signing up for. And that is what you were there to do. You're there to explore. You were there to build a new world.
Totally. That's great. Thank you, Simon. Tey, it looks like you got a question in the chat. In the Netherlands, has anyone tried to implement a legal way to buy Kush with crypto?
I was reading that question and I was listening to Simon, and I mean, Simon knows it. It's you're building the new world, and that's just what blockchain is about. It's not easy. It's not simple. It is not. If people think running a startup, you know, is a roller coaster, yeah, try to join a DAO or try to work in the DeFi space or try to build a crypto product. So yeah, Simon, I totally get where you are coming from, and you know, listening to you, to be honest, now that comforts me a little bit, because tomorrow is a Monday, we have a team meeting, and you know, we're trying to plan our roadmaps and our weeks ahead. So thanks for your really very important words. As for Ethan, to be honest, no. Weed in the Netherlands has a strange relation with the government. It is illegal to grow, but it is legal, or it is not punishable by law to buy. So these coffee shops that sell weed, when the police, you know, asks them, or actually the police doesn't ask them, where do you get your weed from? Unlike in the United States, where it is a legal product. But funny thing is, even though it's a legal product, you cannot take your earnings and go deposit them in the bank, simply because the bank cannot differentiate between this sales proceeds are coming from a legal dispensary or an illegal dispensary. And this is where crypto can play a role by, supply chain, tracking the source of the weed. And funny enough, since you asked that question as well, I did my master's in sciences in cryptocurrencies and blockchain technology. While I was in the refugee camp, I got a scholarship from the University of Nicosia in Cyprus to pursue my master's. And this is, I think, the only university worldwide to offer an MSc in cryptocurrencies. I did my thesis on supply chain management, tracking weed, because I was inspired by the Lebanese government move into legalizing hemp. Political chaos in Lebanon, it didn't happen. So I wrote my thesis called DBUD, so decentralized buds. And my solution was to issue farmer IDs and link those IDs with the seeds. So the farmer, when he's going to the municipality to ask for a permit to grow weed in a legal setup, the municipality can link the seed that he's buying from the shop to his identity and have a full traceability on the supply chain of the weed. The sin industry usually is the place or the bed for innovation. But what I always tell people, if you want to just buy kush, you don't have to buy it from a dispensary. You don't have to go outside your home even. It will get delivered to you, and I guarantee you that you get the best quality. You just have to know how to use the dark web.
Fair, I appreciate that, Tey. That's great. I'll hit you guys all again with an individual question each once again, so it's a bit more specific. I guess we'll go in reverse order. So Tey, I'll hit you once again. So I know you touched and hopped around a little bit, but specifically for those who don't know, why did you call yourself an invisible man?
Why did I call myself the Invisible Man? I was born in Kuwait, and in 1990, the Iraqi army was invading Kuwait. My mom is American. She's from Florida, Tampa. And we get a call from the American embassy saying, hey, the Iraqis are gathering at the borders. You have 72 hours to leave the country. So we packed what we could and we fled to Lebanon. My dad left my birth certificate back home in Kuwait, and the army invades the city. Our house was burned, and the government, in order to protect the citizens from Iraqi army tracking Kuwaitis and where they live, they burned the identity registries and they burned the birth registries. So on my driving license in the Netherlands, it's written I'm born in unknown because I don't have a birth certificate. And when I lived in the refugee camps, I realized that, hey, I was blessed that at birth, my dad issued a birth certificate for me. And I lost it at the age of 5. But in the Syrian crisis, there were millions of people that not only lost their birth certificates, they lost their academic certificates, they lost their passports, some children are born even without being registered. Today, you have 293 million children under the age of 5 are born and they're not registered. So we take it for granted to have a birth certificate. But if you don't have one, you can't get a passport, you can't get education, you can't get healthcare, you can't open a bank account even. So this, it's a curse in a blessing as well. And because of my nationality, I did not meet, I was not able to fly to the United States. So 1990, the Gulf War happens. Shortly after my parents divorced, my mom went back to the States. And, in the Middle East, the father keeps custody of the boy. And I couldn't, meet my mom ever since. Luckily today with technology, we meet on Zoom sessions, on WhatsApp, and our connection started by writing letters to each other. Then we switched into Hotmail, and then we switched into Messenger, and then we switched into Facebook, WhatsApp, and today we Zoom. So I wrote a book called The Invisible Sun in the pandemic, and I dedicated it to her. And that's the whole reason why I call myself the Invisible Man.
That's great. Thank you, Tey. Simon, I got a message in chat. Advantages versus disadvantage of working for a DAO.
So I think there's kind of like a moment where when you're looking at the world, like the world's changed a tremendous amount over the last 2 years. Everybody listening to this has had just tremendous upheaval in a way that's really incomprehensible. If you think about where your life was in 2019 to where it is today, it is radically different. And I think when you think about the world in that frame, there's either two approaches you have. Either you take a backward-looking approach or a forward-looking approach. And the backward-looking approach is saying, hey, I'm going to try and recreate the past. And the forward-looking approach is saying, hey, I'm going to try and build a new future. And with the DAO, I really view it as taking the forward-looking approach. It is leaning into the future. It is leaning into what is out there and creating a new world. And when you do that, it is difficult. It is scary, and none of it's been done before. Like that's the thing, is like we're kind of hashing all this together with like multi-sigs, Discord, Telegram, and Twitter. And that's kind of what holds it together. And then some cryptocurrencies and like a foundation of cryptocurrencies, which are really strong. But like that has a lot of challenges, right? Like none of the technology has been built to even organize these type of communities. None of the, like there is no template. You can't like go and Google like, hey, how do you DAO? How do you do this? And like, there's a lot of white noise out there. And I like, not just to kind of dump on crypto Twitter, but like, you can end up with like a very poor perspective if you're just like going off of 140 character influencer tweets on like, oh, this is so wonderful, show up, do this, when it's like the reality of working these things is more complex and it is more challenging. It's very difficult when you're in an organization that is open to everybody. You can have new people. Like imagine being in a company of 5 people, and then the next week there's 10 people, and the next week there's 15 people. And there is no hierarchy. The people who were there when there were 5 people don't necessarily have more of a voice than the people that are there when there's 15 people. And that's challenging. And that's like a very real challenge. And it all comes down to how we build these communities, like the structures we do. But it's also exciting because you're able to say, hey, like, what is the future I want to build? What is the world I want to build? What is the work environment I want to build? Do I want to create a work environment where I'm expected to be on 24/7 and work 100 hours a week? Do I want to create a work environment where that isn't the expectation, where something else is the expectation? Do I want to create a work environment where people are very supportive, very positive, very nurturing? Do I want to create a work environment where it's cutthroat? Like you can do any of it. And that is both tremendously exciting and extremely terrifying because like there is no playbook. And I think the biggest challenge for people that nobody really talks about is since childhood, we've been conditioned to have somebody in charge of us. Like we've conditioned to have somebody telling us what to do. And that is where 99.9% of people feel the most comfortable. And suddenly, when there is no teacher in the classroom, when there is no boss, when there is no parent, when there is nobody in charge telling you what to do, the onus suddenly goes on you. What do you want to do? And that is a very, very scary question for everybody. And I firmly believe like the true step to like true personal growth is answering that question for yourself. And Web3 allows you to take the first steps to truly answering that question for yourself.
That's great. Thank you, Simon. And then George, with NFT marketplaces like OpenSea and online galleries gaining in popularity, why would a buyer or seller go through authentic art instead of directly on the marketplace?
So that's a question I enjoy because I keep on receiving interesting information from, we have investors and also supporters to our project that are like really passionate about Web3 and everything. And just today I received a white paper from the founder of Signal about the challenges of buying NFTs and how usually people use what they call IPFS, interplanetary file sharing systems, to hold the NFT because of the weight and the cost of putting that on the blockchain. And there's a lot of let's say, points of failures to that system. Unfortunately, there's a lot of great things about it in the fact that it's distributed. It's not on one server only, but there are ways to gain a little bit of the system. And so it comes down to another thing, the ability to really confirm that something is from the creator. One of the use cases I'd like to use to think about this is the metaverse, and how people can now use NFTs, put it in the metaverse, where eventually you have like their own house in Centraland, for example, and put like their own personal artwork there, because more and more you have artists that provide like a digital twin of the physical artwork that they've done, and now you can buy it, add the token, put it on the marketplace or on the metaverse. So how do you do at that point where you are in a digital world and you need to like say, okay, this is actually what it's supposed to be? And the whole concept of authentication and the guarantee of authenticity, plus the ability to follow some of the rules implemented by Europe for confidentiality, the challenge with traditional or NFT marketplaces is they don't take that into account. And now they are able to operate in a world where government does not put their nose into, because, well, it's still cutting edge. They still need to catch up, but they will. And we are of the true belief that right now in the room today, we have some of the most cutting edge people about like thinking about NFTs, where it's going, how to do things. There'll be mistakes, there'll be attempts, and through iterations, we'll build something amazing. And eventually, when it's becoming amazing, when it's actually like super functional and resilient, the government will like keep up to a certain extent. And we need to provide an infrastructure that is able to also like not be broken by the government. And if you look at what's happening in Kazakhstan, China, and a lot of the other countries, unfortunately today, the government still has the ability to break it. And so we're providing kind of that layer that provides a little bit of more resilience against unexpected events that can happen in the future.
That's great. Thanks, George. So technically our time ran out 2 minutes ago. I did get a couple messages like as I was going saying, please don't cut this off. So it's completely up to you guys if you do have other places to go. If not, I'm happy to keep asking questions until 3:20. So there's another 12 minutes or so. If you are with that, then I keep going on to the next one because people do seem to be enjoying it. Yeah, sweet. Thanks, Evan. Thumbs up, Tey. Thumbs up. Let's go. All right, we'll get into the question that Anthony asked in the main chat then, which I believe would be directed to all of you. He said, do you think that there will be a time where crypto will be used for everyday purchases? And if so, what would the advantages and or disadvantages for this in both businesses and consumers? We can do Tey, Simon, and then George.
I'll start with one advantage is no matter where you are around the world, you can accept money. That's what we stand for at Flus. We are money without borders. We do process payments in Afghanistan, like in the middle of Kabul, Kandahar, Herat. We have an online supermarket where the diaspora is able to purchase goods and services for their families back home, and payments are strictly in crypto simply because there is no banking infrastructure in the country. One disadvantage is, I think this is maybe for the mainly for the consumer, is the payment is irreversible. Once you've done a payment, it's done. And if you transact it on the wrong network, then you have a big problem. Will we do purchases every day with cryptocurrencies? I hope.
That's great. Thank you. Simon?
Yeah, within 5 years, essentially every major monetary transaction is going to happen in cryptocurrencies. When I think of like everyday users, you have to think at like what level of abstraction they're interacting with the blockchain now. You know, will people be scanning a QR code and hitting send and signing it with their keys? Like on Bitcoin or Ethereum? Probably not. That's not really what those technologies are built for. Like it's too low level of a technology. But layers of abstraction are being built on that at a incredibly rapid pace. And when you think about technology adoption, like people don't willingly adopt technology. Like technology is, it comes to a point where it's like you have to adopt it. And I think a great example of that is, think about World War I, when you had the advent of the machine gun, right? That was like a world-changing technology that totally changed how people fought wars. But for like 4 years during World War I, you still had people doing cavalry charges into machine guns, right? And just like not adapting to it. But eventually it was like, oh, we have to change everything to enable to because this new technology, like it forces us to change all our tactics, all of how we fight wars. And right now, like the current global financial infrastructure is incredibly outdated. It is incredibly inefficient. It is incredibly broken. And cryptocurrencies are the machine gun. And like, yes, for a few more years, like we will continue to use this broken global financial system, and we will continue to use all these inefficiencies, and we will continue to have just an incredibly inefficient, broken system. But the level of innovation that is happening, the level of adaptation that is happening, it's going to come to a point where it's just like not using it and not doing it is going to put even massive centralized entities like governments or global banks at such a huge disadvantage that they will be forced to adopt it. They will be forced to use it to compete. And there is not a future I can see that within the next 5 years, like the vast majority of global transactions happen with cryptocurrencies. Yes, there will still be fiat money. Yes, people will still be buying things in dollars. Like that is an old technology that's been around for 400 years, and it's not going to disappear overnight. People still read like hardcover books, even though they have Kindle, right? But the technology shift is so powerful that it's going to force just massive adoption.
Awesome. Thank you, Simon. George, anything to throw on top?
Yeah, so I've always been let's call it a student of innovation. I always try to understand how innovation is done, funded, and the history of innovation. I always found very interesting to read about and get educated about. And I remember one of the, and it's a parallel to credit cards, but one of the things in my, when I was a kid, we used VHS cassette, like that's back in the days, that's like big clunky thing that you put into it. And as I got older, I learned that VHS was an inferior technology to beta. And beta cassette were superior. And then I tried to understand why one over the other. And not drawing any parallel, but in that case, what happened is that the porn industry were using VHS, and as a consequence, most people were buying VHS players. This is just factual. What happened with credit cards is very similar to this. So initially, nobody wanted to use their credit cards online. They didn't trust Web 2, or Web 1 at that time. They didn't trust clearing system. They didn't trust people not using the information to buy them something with their card. They really wanted that physical piece of plastic protected in their wallet, their physical leather-bound wallet, and they felt safer that way. And then eventually it changed, and it took companies like PayPal to really bring it more to the forefront, and eBay. But again, what made this happen is the flow of the volume of transactions, and the volume came from the same place as for beta and VHS. So not drawing any parallel with this, but the reality is that it's bound to happen. It's an innovation right now in the first innings. And if you look at any curve of adoption, we are where the visionaries are right now, and they're very, very early adapters, and that will grow as more and more people want to do transaction on it. And it's a matter of bringing the right abstraction, like Simon said, and bringing enough people around the table to do these transactions, because it's credit cards are great compared to what it was before, but every transaction costs 2.9% plus something like 30 cents, depending. So every time you buy something online, the person selling it to you pays 2.9% just for the privilege of having the transaction cleared. And that's a lot of money if you think about it for every single transaction, where technically the only thing you need is to put like a debit and a credit, to charge that much on that flow transaction, which is trillions of dollars. And so what the whole frictionless transfer of value aspect of what blockchain provides is really the essence of that. And if you look at, again, thinking about abstraction, there's right now a lot of discussion around stable coins, basically coins that peg to a natural fiat currency. And what it does, it removes the volatility of cryptos. And so in the head of more institutional people or larger organizations, they don't want to get the exposure to fluctuation and volatility. So they say, yeah, I like the frictionless transfer of value aspect, but I don't want to be holding something that can like change in value in a way I cannot predict my own business doing. And so and this is not a shout out, but there's a company called Stable Corp that was working with VersaBank that's working on and I have no affiliation with them. And they're working on the VCAD and the VUSD. And the idea is to ease people into the concept of cryptocurrency, because the real advantage is really the frictionless transfer of value, to stop paying 3% for every transaction you do at your baker's, at the grocery store, and like start like just transferring the value. You don't need the pipe between the buyer and the seller to take that much. And that's the essence and the power of what crypto can do.
That's great. Thank you, George. That was lots of great analogies there. We'll hit Joseph with his hand up for the final question, and then I think we're about to hit our second time. Joseph, you should have the ability.
Yeah.
Good.
So my question is like not targeted to anyone in particular. So who wants to jump in, like please. So like now the very algorithms that like decide how many bandwidth we share now, how many bandwidth you get now in the Zoom call. It comes from the same ideas of decentralization, fair allocation of resources. So this idea, it has been around for decades. Yet we've not seen it, let's say, prevail. BitTorrent, this peer-to-peer transfer of files, so this idea of decentralization is not new at all. And now the really hot topic in DeFi is like regulations. And now it's even targeting DAOs, because now it's applying to the larger bracket of virtual assets providers. So like everyone wants to regulate that. And if these regulations, like if they come from these same governments that have been in place, so what have we truly achieved? Don't we just live in an illusion of decentralization?
And a moment of silence among everyone. Let me start here by saying, from a realistic perspective, yes, what is keeping everything today together in the crypto space is the illusion of decentralization. That's why when I started in the beginning in this session, what I stand for as Tey is the I bond principle. Immutable, borderless, open, neutral, and decentralized. Is it 100% decentralized? No, it is distributed, is more of the right terminology. But there is a big difference between what a government is trying to do and catch up with, and between what is happening today on the ground. To build on first on what George ended with, the latest breaking news, I don't know if you've heard it, but Amazon in the UK is about to ban Visa cards on their platform. Why? Because the charges on Visa are keep going up and up and up while the technology is advancing. You can just Google it, type Amazon and Amazon UK and Visa, click on the news section on Google, and you will see a list of articles there. The regulator is a dinosaur. They move slow, they have thick skin, and they're very old. What happened in human history is dinosaurs evolved, and dinosaurs used to eat human beings, but dinosaurs evolved into chicken later. And then humans started eating chicken. And that's what's gonna happen in the crypto space. While the regulator is still thinking, yeah, we're gonna put a $600,000 bounty to crack the Monero code, Until now, they're trying to do it. Bitcoin today, since 2017 until 2022, they upgraded their network. They implemented something called Taproot, where you can bring privacy into transactions. You can bring smart contracts into Bitcoin. And the regulator is still busy trying to crack Monero. We have decentralized hedge funds on Ethereum network. We have a stable currency called UST from Terra Luna that surpassed most, like the top 10 cryptocurrencies today on the market cap. You have a stable currency called USDT that takes 60% of the stable currency crypto markets, and the regulator is still trying to think and do stuff. So I wouldn't really agree with you when we say it is an illusion in the perspective that, you know, it's a fugazi. No, it is real. But the space of innovation and the speed of innovation is much way faster than what anyone can think of. Never in the human history we were able to create our own money at the comfort of our homes. Never in human history we were able to transact on a real peer-to-peer basis. I can send you today $1 million without even asking your name. All what I need from you is a QR code. How big is that innovation, and how, you know, stupid, how, like Simon was saying, it is really at a stupid level today to think that, yes, QR codes are the new way of crypto payments. No, there will be something new that I can't even imagine. Simon can't imagine, George can't imagine. None of us in this room can even imagine what the shape of crypto payments gonna be. If we think that QR codes and payments are really something innovative, it is really stupid today. It is like not even layer 1, it is like layer sub-zero. So like I can't, last thing when I think of before I sleep is what will tomorrow bring? Never. I started in Bitcoin. I was a miner in the Netherlands in 2012. And I saw Bitcoin at $30. When it crossed $1,000, I said, okay, this is gonna pop and I'm done. You know, I'm from 30 to 1,000. I'm a very smart guy. Today it is at $55,000, $40,000. It reached $70,000. Nobody have imagined this number even. Most of those guys who entered early, they cashed out at 5, at 10, at 20. Nobody saw 70 coming in a short period of time. And this is, I'm talking just from a price perspective. The amount of innovation happening in this space it blows the mind. So from that sense, it's an illusion.
That's great. Simon, George, either you want to hop on?
So Joseph, this is super good question, super to the heart of it. I think we're talking in the scale of history, and it's important. I think when you're in it every day, it's very easy to say, like, why isn't history happening today? Like, we're so used to Twitter, Facebook, like the internet news sites, like something is always happening today. Bro, some big things happening today. But like, this is the single most important technological innovation in the last 600 years, really since the Gutenberg press. And if you look at like when the first printing presses came out, like Shakespeare didn't even publish his plays on printing press until 60 years later. You didn't even have novels till 300 years later, right? And it was this massive world-changing technology, but it took time to percolate. And the world happens at a far faster pace than it did in the 14th century. Things happen way faster, but I don't think they happen, in the span of months or a few years. Like, this is a revolution that is going to not play out over the next 5 years and be done, over the next 10 years and be done. This is a revolution that is going to take centuries to fully happen. And like we are at this very incipient stage where there's all this possibility, there's all this innovation happening, there's a tremendous amount of disruption, but we haven't even really seen like the full scope of what that disruption is going to be and where it's going to go. So it's very easy to say, you know, there's all these big promises, there's all these big ideas that are floating around, but like none of that's really come to fruition, which is very true. Like, I don't think the three of us are naive to that at all. But I think that when you zoom out on a broader timeline, like it's just inevitable that this will radically change the form of human government, but radically change how human organize, radically structure really what even nation states mean. And you can't, I don't think we can't expect that scale of change to happen in a like immediate time frame. Like it's going to take decades to fully percolate across society.
I would just add, the governance question is one of the questions I hear the most at every discussion about blockchain. What's the right level of governance? What's the right level of decentralization? Because too much decentralization create a very static system. Nothing changes, nothing can be done. And if you look at, again, probably a lot of people know the creative destruction theory from the economist Joseph Schumpeter. So he also wrote that every major infrastructure needs to be centralized. He used the word monopoly at that time, but it needs to be centralized to be able to put the investment to build, and then you decentralize it to be more at the service of the consumer. And so one thing I would say, and that's I think that's my last comment, is that I like the fact that you asked the question because it's an important question. There's no one-size-fits-all answer because blockchain can be used for a plethora of things. So depending on the use, the right answer will change. The right governance, structural governance will change. And so this is the duty of everybody in this room to find a topic or a problem or a structure that is important to you, that you care about, and think about it. What should be the right governance structure for this specific case? And like both of the other panelists said, that we are building a new era of technology and ways of doing things. We are facilitating a place where the user, the citizen, the person can be at the center of decisions. But every aspect of society has different reality, different dynamics, and find a topic that you care about and think about what's the right governance. And I say that to everybody. It's a call to action to everybody. Find something that you care about and think about what's the right governance for it. And that will make the world a better place.
That's great. Those are all three different aspects. That was great. All of it covered pretty well, all of it. That was incredible. I was getting text the entire time of you guys speaking, saying this is a great way to end off the conference because we touched on lots of different topics, which is great, but overall like hit a lot of blockchain, which is sweet. But that is, well, 30 minutes ago came to an end, but we're coming to an end now. I want to say thank you to all three of you guys. That was great. You gave lots of insight in lots of different areas. And a great way to end it off, seeing how we started with some like little bit of intros and like presentations of like what blockchain is. At the end, seeing some people that are working in it and some people that's like it's genuinely changed people, which is great. But yeah, no, I just want to say thank you, and we will be in contact with all you guys after, just because we are recording this, so we'll give you the link to it if you want to look back at it, if you want to clip it, use it on socials, anything like that. You're more than welcome to. But we appreciate all of your time. It's been great.
Thank you.
No worries. Thank you,
everyone.
Thank you. Huge energy to the moon. Great job, guys.
Appreciate it, guys. And thank you to all of the delegates that are still here. We had a big whirlwind of having 300 people sign up and maxing out. And then this morning having like, we floated around like 150 to 200. And then we had like networking and other things. And we realized we never gave people a lunch break. So it's been quite the day for everyone. So it's great to see everybody that's left here. And it's really showed the passionate people left over to like watch you guys, which is great.
Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it. And yeah, with delegates, anybody is able to head out now. And yeah, big thank you to the DTech team, the Blockchain and McGill team, and the Blockchain Lab. It's been great.